And welcome back to the now fourth episode of the most epic Pokemon podcast series on YouTube. I don't care what anyone says. With that said, I got my two co-hosts today, Cooltrainerryan, Rattle Pokemon, two of my favorite people in the hobby. Can't wait to just sit down, drink some beers, talk some Pokemon, have some fun. But with that said, Ryan, what have you been up to? Anything exciting in the world of Pokemon for you?
No.
Just no.
I started a short series
Oh, yeah.
using tools to open packs. That's about it.
Saw that. You had the whippersnipper and the
Weed Whacker.
hacksaw.
Weed Whacker, the hedge trimmer. Then it was a saw. I filmed one today before this.
What about you, Rattle? What have you been up to? And we're gonna talk about your premiere tonight because it's a little scary, to be honest.
It's pretty scary. Other than going through another giant order of Plasma Blast to try to find nutrition errors unsuccessfully. Spoiler for anyone that happened to watch that and or happened to not watch that yet. But not a whole lot. Waiting for the new stuff to come out, ready for a new set, so that I can open a pack and get a bunch of cards that I don't have yet.
Yeah, but dude, so I don't know, Ryan, if you got to watch Rattle's premiere tonight, but
No, I didn't.
what you pretty much exposed is you got people in Europe or somewheres like altering cards by somehow polishing out all the scratches and Watsi hollows and stuff, and
You can do that now?
Yeah, PSA's grading them though, Ryan. So that could mean like long term. And I was talking to Rattle about it yesterday. He was saying, 20 years down the line, whatever polish they're using to scratch out these hollows, it could start cracking or yellowing and stuff. And all these cards they graded with the PSA guarantee 20 years from now, some of these are first edition hollows and shit could be worth who knows, right? And they're all going to be altered. PSA's going to have to pay out all those cards in the future. That is scary.
Yeah, and then one time they paid out their guarantee.
It's usually pretty tough, but I mean, if you all of a sudden you have a card that has a bunch of spider webs on it, then
All I gotta say is that's why you invest in sealed product. That's it.
No harm.
That's it.
as long as you have the sealed product first and it's not resealed from someone.
Well, yeah. Nowadays it's all crapshoot now. Everything's fucked.
Well, that's why people talk about like fucking grade and sealed product. Nobody's gonna touch it just because of shit like that.
No, I mean, even if they grade sealed product, they're gonna want to open it and shit like that. It's not like I feel like what I think PWCC said they're gonna start authenticating sealed product, but they're gonna have to open it first. So it's
Yeah, they're gonna open it, but like even then, are they gonna know that the packs are resealed or not resealed?
open the box, open a pack. You're gonna have to do all that, and at that point, it's not sealed product anymore. I guess the
pretty
packs, but like realistically, like it's not a sealed box.
Yeah,
you know?
but going back to polishing out, hollow scratches and stuff. That's
Yeah, I need to watch. I need to watch his video.
honestly, it's like a scary game changer because there's a lot of card. I mean, obviously you buff out print lines and stuff, but like very light play scratches, even though maybe you have a real clean back, but for whatever reason the front got scratched up. To have those be super clean, minty hollows, it's gonna jack it up like 2 grades in some cases.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some of it was like first edition base. Like a lot of it ended up being German because they're in Germany. But at the same time, if you're turning 9s into 10s, like the value there, that whether PSA has to pay it out or whether the end buyer gets screwed with it, like it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
How much money can we be talking? You could be talking
Yeah.
tens,
Turn a first edition base Charizard from a 9 to a 10.
100,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
but it's only German cards right now.
No, they did English too. There's there's a lot of English cards that are over there anyway, but
What kind of nail polish they using?
clear.
Okay, cool. I gotta check it out. I'll try it out.
There's a couple different ways that I think they're probably doing it, but yeah, it involves chemicals and probably
But it's like I'm curious
it's
how that
dangerous. The
fills
grading
in-
companies
fills
have to
in
be
the
very
scratches.
concerned.
I'm just curious how that fills in the scratches. How does it fill in the scratches? on a
Well,
card like that.
even then, if you're like doing automotive stuff or anything like that,
Yeah, yeah, that's fair.
Are they filling it in or like somehow buffing it out in a way that it's like,
or both. So I've heard that there was like filler methods and also just chemical methods that are removing material. So anytime that you're adding or removing material from a card, you're altering the card. It's altered at that point.
well,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm surprised they would be able to tell that it's altered.
Right.
they
But I
they got
mean,
to be shitting
if you're
themselves.
if you're PSA or if you're any of the other grading companies, like there's some of the grading companies, the no name ones that I showed in the video they're just knowingly doing it. Like they have affiliate codes for the people that are altering the cards.
Nice.
Yeah.
This is how they
So
become
like
irrelevant.
you immediately do not touch anything that comes from those two companies that I mentioned. But I mean, like the it's weird. So like PSA is just gonna say, no, you guys, if you're going to be a middleman for PSA, you have to stop altering cards before you send them to us.
Dude,
But
are
at the
they
same time, they're going to be. Remember
They
the
should be
guy that
able
was
to
like
tell.
the guy that was purposely sending altered cards or fake stamps to the grading companies. Grading companies were pissed off about that, and that would result in them getting banned. But you have somebody sending tens of thousands of cards to you that's a middleman that signed agreements and everything else, and now they just get a pass. They're like, it's like yeah, but just don't alter them anymore. You can keep sending to us, but you're not allowed to alter. Or at least don't let us find out about it.
But the thing is, they can't tell, right?
No, I don't think so.
So is this guy offering it as a service? Like,
he was offering it as like a combo service. So he would alter your cards and suggest who to send them to in terms of grading companies based on what damage it had beforehand and what they hid. It's bad.
Was it just the like buffing out of scratches, or was he doing any kind of like recoloring service?
No, I think it was mostly just the
Recoloring,
scratch.
they'll know most likely the recoloring.
Well, I don't know. We saw recently with the Tom Brady where that was heavily recolored and trimmed and pressed, and I don't think a card's ever been as altered as that. And it had a signature on it. They graded the card twice. They had it on record. The signature was identical. The card all of a sudden goes back and it increases in grade and now has white spots that are missing. It's now all the edges are nice and clean. Like, they don't check. That was like a $50,000 card. I don't know what it was.
They've also stated that there's been cards that like were not legitimately Tom Brady signatures, and I know somebody that like I was there. I was in person when he signed the cards. Like, so it's collectibles for you.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's all it is. It's collectibles for you.
But it's like Pokemon is turning more into sports, and I didn't initially really want to cover the sports stuff, but that's kind of where we're heading. Like as more money comes into Pokemon, you end up with the same or similar shady practices that sports has seen for years.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think probably one of the more dangerous things is going to be like good fakes coming out too. You know, especially for modern.
I don't think good fakes are ever an issue.
MetaZoo cards that are printed normally.
Yeah. There was that one person made the whole video about those MetaZoo cards, and then MetaZoo made her pull it offline. Like they were like, "Hey, you can't share this anymore."
Yeah.
So no, it's crazy to think about because what happens when printing gets to the point where you can't tell the difference.
Yeah, you just go on Alibaba and just get your own cards printed yourself.
I don't think that point will ever come. Just the materials that are used, everything else. I think we lost Ryan. But he back.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know. We lost you for a second. But no, there's like a couple like texture cards and stuff like that for modern. Some of those big chase cards you're not going to be able to probably duplicate easily, but all the non-textured, non-holo cards, like Scream Pikachus, all the Scream promos, all the Pokemon Center promos, any expensive
even then, like just like the way that the dots are in all spots, you'd have to have the files essentially. Not that you couldn't get the equipment, but you'd have to have the equipment to do it and the files to do it.
You're talking like under high magnification.
If you're just going under magnification, yes. So if not under magnification, like usually if it's a scan of a card or anything like that, like it's glaringly obvious, there's artifacts from where they scanned it and tried to reprint it into the dot pattern.
Yeah.
So even the best fakes that I've ever seen, you can tell. You look at the lines and everything like that, and they'll be like skewed a little bit. The blacks will have like artifacts on it.
Ryan, why is everybody asking you for a cat cam?
Yeah, he comments at every fucking video.
Cat cam. You need the trash cam, the cat cam.
I can't do everything, bro. I don't got that many cameras.
How many? It's just an octopus of camera
Yeah,
arms.
my videos are just gonna turn into like 8 different cameras the whole entire time.
Yeah. But lately in the last month, we've had some pretty crazy news drop. I would say like one is probably like Charizard UPCs. Did you get your allocations yet, Ryan?
Oh yeah, I got a lot. Yeah, I wouldn't be worried.
Yeah. Like
I got like 72 or something.
But do you mind saying what you got for celebrations though?
Oh, I got like 8, 4, 8.
Yeah, it's significantly more. So I'm seeing like
I think Nick got like 200 and something.
I would have thought Nick would have got way more because he's got such a larger account.
It could be more, but I could check.
No, it's fine.
No, I mean, it was a high number. Like I even had a high number.
Places that got like 2 are getting like in excess of like 15.
Yeah. So that
you might have like a 7 or 8x the initial allocation.
What I'm hoping is if small guys are getting 72, I'm hoping your Walmart's, Targets, GameStops.
Small, son. I ain't small. Nah, I'm still relatively small, but yeah. No, like I mean,
somebody clip him saying that.
I would bet that I buy more than some of the medium-sized shops, 100%.
Yeah. But I'm hoping, like I said, Target, Walmart's, Best Buy's, GameStop, I'm hoping those guys online, they get like huge allocations. Because it's too hard to go to the stores in person trying to pick them up for MSRP if you don't have like distributor agreements and stuff.
Yeah, and you got better things to do. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be all online. I mean, there's pre-orders right now, right? So
yeah, people are just getting their like allocation numbers right now. So there was a pre-order on like 401 Games. There's still stores in Canada that have pre-orders, but most of them are like they have it marked up because if they don't, then everyone's just gonna buy every single one of them. But at the same time, like the stores don't know how many they're gonna be later, if there's gonna be any later. So it's like this weird spot of like, do you order it at a higher price or do you wait and find out? Or
yeah, I saw a lot of bundling deals too, where like pretty much game stores are like, you know what, we got all this shitty product. You buy all this at MSRP,
I saw that,
and you also get the Charizard box at MSRP, but you got to buy like $300 worth of crap in order to get that at $119 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Marketing, baby.
Yeah, clear out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know. The market's changed.
Yeah, that package was weird. There was like Crimson Invasion, like. If we're thinking of the same one, there was like Crimson Invasion build and battle kits or like pre-release kits.
I would buy that.
Yeah, that's.
I'll buy that.
Wait, Crimson Invasion pre-release had the Raichu though, so that's actually not a bad. That's like the last pre-release Raichu. It's Crimson Invasion, the Alolan Raichu.
Yeah, it was Jacob in chat said in Zulu. Yeah, it was a Zulu one that I was seeing everywhere. People were like upset that.
I mean, that's how people you can dump like stuff. You could dump theme decks, you could dump your Pikachu V boxes, all that crap that's just not selling. And if it is selling, you're selling it for like 2/3 of MSRP. They could just dump all that stuff. So,
yeah, I mean, absolutely.
It's weird because we're going from such a strong market where anything people had was just selling out. It didn't matter, to now. People are just being more selective, which is the way it always used to be, but we're just getting back to that.
Yeah. And like, I don't know, it seems like instead of like finding what seems like an okay value, now you can look for things that are maybe undervalued or just like really good opportunities to get cheap packs. Some of the products that people don't like, Juniper boxes.
Oh, those suck.
No, they don't suck. They're good. I love them.
They suck.
How many Juniper boxes you open now, Rattle?
20?
Why?
You got a problem.
Because the packs were good, and like it's a Juniper full art. Like those are decent.
Yeah, but she's like that like mom waifu.
Yeah, well, just wait. There will be like some kind of like mommy era where
The Marnie
people,
waifu girl.
people
You know
have
what I'm saying? It
people.
ain't the Marnie waifu, bro.
Someday people will collect legal waifus, of age waifus, and when that day comes, I have a few juniper flowers. Yeah, the hollow that's in the Marnie milk crates are like they're like 20 cents now. They just get obliterated. But I think even hey, Billy, no, they're good. They're all right.
No, the trash. No, she's right. Mm-hmm.
No, but it's funny too because it's when you go back, you don't have to go back long, right? You just go back last year. During this time, you had McDonald's promos. Fucking everybody lost their mind. Now,
No, so many of those. Oh my god.
yeah, nobody's going crazy anymore. But I don't know, Rattle. You ate so much McDonald's in the last month. I don't know how your heart.
I was extremely lucky that I ended at day 2 of Happy Meals because
I hope you got checked out by a doctor.
I just drank constant water in between that and didn't eat anything in between, and I still felt so dehydrated. Like there's just so much salt. But yeah, it turns out chicken nuggets much easier than cheeseburgers.
Aren't that bad for you, really. They aren't.
Yeah, but no, you
the,
go back.
The fries are terrible.
Whoa.
You should have got apple slices.
No,
fries are delicious, but they'll get you.
Not when they're 5 Happy Meals and they rush them out and they're all soggy and they're limping around.
You should have got apple slices, bro.
Yeah, but I feel like that would have been cheating. It kind of defeats the purpose. The yogurt too. We weren't going to eat the yogurt because back in my day, McDonald's didn't have yogurt. But I think it was Billy that suggested that we had to eat the yogurt.
Yeah, but I mean, you go back a year. Like I said, McDonald's was crazy. Like if this Charizard UPC dropped last year, like forget about it, man. It would have fucking mooned. Well, it's probably.
Well, I think they know. I think they know.
They know. They just
anything
put everything now. That's fine.
But isn't it a cop out though? It's like a weird cop out that they didn't need to cop it out using. Why put Charizard out of all the starters to be just like
sell more product? Sell more product.
Yeah.
That's it, bro. That's all. They're just trying to milk everybody.
Yeah, but
they could have had they could have had an alt art of the 3. You got 3 alt arts. You could have had 3 alt arts of the new starters.
Bro,
fully
probably
evolved,
70% of
matching artwork.
Like Pokemon, their favorite Pokemon is Charizard. 70%.
Yeah. Well, that and because people here, it's like you mash 2 stonk words together, and they're just like, oh well, I have to have Charizard UPC because UPC is expensive, Charizard's expensive, UPC sold out, Charizards are hard to find because everyone wants them, and it's like a little flash in the pan after the mega hype, which has pretty much died down.
Oh, it's gone. No, it's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone, except for the big products. Though, I'm still seeing some weird stuff. Because look at, like, Worlds promos, man. Worlds promos, they were selling, like, right after Worlds started at, like, 500, and they've already creeped up a lot.
How many are there?
Yeah, but there's 11 in there.
A couple thousand, 2,000 maybe?
There's 11. There's 2 extra languages that are included now. So if you're, like, talking a per card basis, $500 is not much.
No.
I didn't,
typically the Worlds promo is like
but you're talking
$100.
But they used to be like 1 to 200 a pack though.
Yeah.
So it's still like
maybe
a 2x plus multiplier from 2019 to today.
Well, because they skipped Worlds, they didn't have anything in 2020 or 2021 or whatever the fuck it was. Yeah, they didn't have Worlds for 2 years.
It could be people looking for something more exclusive than just the normal stuff that came out too. But also you got to remember that a lot of those I haven't checked the prices recently, but haven't really hit the market yet because all the people that purchased them or that received them are still just getting back from Worlds. So like,
true.
It's still the new thing that just happened. So it has that kind of multiplier to it.
Yeah.
Although I mean, there's more availability at the start, but it's still. In a year from now, are people going to forget about that and it'll be less? Probably.
Do we hear about any, like, the ground floor prices, what those Pika trophies were selling for? Like the full art 1, 2, 3s?
No clue.
No clue. Dude, talk about lazy again is you have a long time from 2019 to 2021, a lot of cards being put out. Why would you do the same artwork again? I was shocked when I saw that that card was the same artwork as
They did
2019.
the same artwork again. I didn't pay
Yeah.
attention at all.
I don't know why they ever do the same artwork. Like it should be a different. Just do a different Pikachu every year.
Yeah.
Don't got to,
You,
bro.
you had the 25th anniversary Pikachu where you put 25 on it and no one wanted it, except for me. Maybe
Well, I
the
wouldn't
B
say
Union.
that. It's everybody wanted it. It was just so easy to attain.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll do that again? You think like with the Pikachu, the 25th anniversary, where they like extended
put
the base set artwork and made it the full card? Do you think that they'll start doing that with a few more cards?
Can you imagine if they put out an Evolutions where all the cards were just extended art versions of base set? It was just base set, but
Yeah,
extended.
like an
Extended
Evolutions
base.
too, with
Yeah.
all full art for each
Yeah,
one.
and all three starters. It was just base set, but extended art on every single artwork.
Yeah, I mean it'd be crazy. I don't know if somebody would be if we're ready as a hobby for a set like that.
That'll be like 30th anniversary material, or maybe like in a dead zone. It's hard to say. I want another like gym style with character rares, like gym or rocket or something like that, but with character rares so that you have like the trainer's Pokemon.
Yeah, but it's
But
got to be their
a
actual.
fancier version, not just like an Erica's Venusaur and it's a Venusaur, just like a Erica and a Venusaur.
Yeah, or Blaine with Charizard and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it has to be their good starters. You can't just do it with their shitty starters.
Yeah, just in general, more character rares. I feel like it's weird. We're in like this weird end of a generation thing, which I think we saw something similar with Sun and Moon, where people just don't care as much about the last sets here, but will later when they realize how special the last sets are. Like with Team Up, with Cosmic Eclipse, and all that.
Well,
I feel like people were
people
just like
slept
ready
on
for the next
Cosmic.
gen. Yeah.
There was so much hype that came with like Sword and Shield started, and people kind of lost a lot of track. Like Cosmic was good. There was a lot of all those Sun and Moon sets were good at the end. And it's funny listening to people talk about them. Like a lot of people like early Sun and Moon stuff. I don't.
Oh, that's all. It's garbage.
Yeah,
It's garbage. Garbage.
Like who wants to open a Sun and Moon base pack? Like no one.
Rage just did that tonight in the Discord.
Did he?
He opened it. He opened an ETB. It was like you probably shouldn't do that. Like, but I think it's fine. But at the same time, like as we'll see with this gen, the starting sets are kind of lackluster, and then they like gradually build hype into it. Like 3 sets in, we'll have a Charizard set. We'll have probably like a Phantom.
That's all you gotta do.
Kind of.
Put Charizard
Yeah.
on everything.
We'll have some kind of Phantom set where we have like a Gengar and and then it'll build on, and then they'll put some more gimmicks in. Like they'll throw in a tag team, or they'll throw in alt arts or whatever later on, and just increase the number of those. So even like the EXs, like the original EXs, where they had like only a couple EXs or a few EXs in the earlier sets, but then they added like more later on.
What, are you talking about the EX era, or are you talking about XY?
Yeah, there's
No,
well now
EX.
there's even a third EX era.
EX, yeah, no, the first EX era.
Yeah, so Nintendo
So
era.
Oh, the first set there was a handful of EX.
Yeah, but like later on there was more per. Was it just more per set or more per?
Holland Phantom
like-
only had like 3.
He's right.
And then they added gold stars.
Yeah, I'm
again.
right. I'm right.
Yeah, but you did have gold stars, so Rattle's right too.
But
They
they're-
just they try to like the first sets are more based on, I would think, the hype around the new generation, and then they kind of just creep in some like
Ruby.
excitement.
Yeah.
I mean, Ruby and Sapphire was a mix.
And,
A
yeah.
lot of Gen
Well,
1 EX.
Yeah, there are quite a
Hidden
few
Legends
EX
had
in there.
had a lot though, but no gold stars. But
Like,
then,
like,
but when
in
you look
Sapphire,
at,
a lot of Gen 1.
but then you
EX.
look at Crystal Guardians. Crystal Guardians didn't have a lot, but it had the Crystal Charizard, the Crystal Blastoise, stuff like that. So the hollows in that set became chases too, not including gold stars.
Only recently.
Yeah. I don't know. What do you think about them bringing back EXs? I'm just indifferent. I could care less.
I wish they would have just done like they could have called it something different, and they should have just done Crystal Pokemon instead of Crystal Pokemon with ring pops on their head.
I wish they went to the old school like design of EX.
They don't. You don't need to put flowers and ring pops on them. Just make it like, okay, it's exciting. It's crystals. It's like crystal onyx. We can throw back to that. Going back
The
to
motorcycle EXs look like dog shit though.
Yeah, you're all about those motorcycle EXs.
They look like XY EXs, but now it's lowercase EX that's larger.
Well, yeah. So lowercase, yeah. I mean, I guess the original EX were lowercase EX, weren't they?
I thought they were gonna be TXs within like the Terra gimmick.
Yeah, the original ones were, I think.
The original ones were lowercase, so they went back to the original one, but the XY
Yeah. XY design, but now that like the EX on the end of it is bigger.
But lowercase.
Dude, it's lazy. It's lazy. It's like Pokemon's fucking trolling us at this point.
Well, I thought it was pretty lazy.
They're
with
going to run
like,
out of ideas eventually. They're going to run out of ideas.
How though?
What do you mean how? Look
Dude.
at the
Look at like some of the fan art Pokemon cards you could buy on like fucking Etsy, like the obviously fake ones and stuff.
Yeah, those are inappropriate though.
But they're awesome. Some of
They
them.
can't publish that with nude trainers and stuff.
No, not. Oh my god, that's where you're going. You're taking the leap to the fucking naked cards. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like some of the, reimagine artwork and the stuff they're doing. Dude, they stole metal cards from Etsy. Then said, let's
metal
make
cards, and they stole the extended art on the Pikachu from all the people that are painting cards
for fucking years.
Yeah, I'll probably also.
I have no idea. Is that whoever's in their department for like design is just it's. They definitely hired a lot of Americans for new designs of Pokemon. I think, right? Right?
Couldn't tell you. I don't know. I can't tell you a time I've seen like an English speaker's name as an artist.
Christopher Rush with the Mewtwo.
See?
Yeah.
What
do you think about Worlds next year being in Japan? You thinking about going or no chance?
I'd love to.
I asked Rick. I talked to him about it. It'd be cool, but we'll see.
Yeah. I feel like that's something people have been asking for a long time, though, to have Worlds in Japan. I feel like Pokemon would go all out, though, but there would be, like, no translation, no nothing. It would be pretty tough.
Nah, it'd be fine. I'd be fine there.
Because you speak Japanese also, Ryan?
No, I'm just a tall, white, blonde-haired boy.
How's that?
And I got blue eyes, too.
Oh, you're just writing your own ticket at this point, huh?
I'm telling you. I dated a Korean once, and she's like, if you went to Korea, they would love you because you're tall, blonde, blue eyes. It's something that's not native, you know?
Fresh Chat says they stole Pokemon Go from flea markets. That's true.
They did.
That is 100% true. Who wrote that? That was
really the
Fresh
only
Chat, that's a great comment.
But yeah.
But even like they're just coming out with the Halloween packs and stuff. I know people were really liking those. I actually went. Hold on 1 second.
I think everyone's just like, oh my god, those are gonna be scalped to oblivion.
So cool, such a unique thing that Pokemon did. They're trash.
Dude, I went downstairs. I went downstairs to grab this.
Did you buy some?
No. This Pokemon even stole that idea. This are called Marvel Treats. This actually, if you look right there, there's a Toys R Us sticker on it. It costs $2.49. I bought this like 6 years ago for $15, but it's 3-pack Marvel cards that you're supposed to give out on Halloween. And this is from 1991. So
I'm surprised it took them this long to bring back the Advent calendar too, or to do Halloween treats.
But like they did this shit in 91. Marvel did, and it contains 24 packs, 3 cards each. Dude, none of these thoughts are original at this point. Like people are like, "Oh, no one ever thought to do that." I'm like, "This is from 1991, guys." Yeah. And I fucking owned this shit for probably 7 years. And I bought it for $15, and I bet you it's worth $14 right now.
Well, yeah, 100%.
Like I have made no money on this thing in 7 years.
How long before we get like a scratch and sniff muck or like a grimer or something?
A Grimer or a Trubbish? Just smell
Yeah,
like fucking
Travis.
trash.
It smells like garbage.
When do we get a Rattle or a Ryan's trash can scratch and sniff, and it just smells like card? So there's no smell to it, but it's just his trash can, so it smells like cards.
This thing is getting beat to shit.
Oh, you're
Dude,
gonna
you
need
should
new
put
one.
that up on auction.
It's from college, so I'll never get rid of it.
All the memories.
All the memories, absolutely.
Yep. I would imagine that there's been some pretty nasty things thrown in there. And
You been doing any big buys lately, either one of you guys? Because I feel like prices have gotten to some stuff pretty comfortable levels, especially raw cards.
I'm having a pallet delivered on Tuesday. I don't know.
I bought a lot of EX Ruby Sapphire
Cards or packs?
cards,
Hollows?
singles,
Hollows?
mostly reverse hollows, but also some reggie boys because I want to get all the different serial numbers. So they have like the serial numbers down at the bottom.
Oh,
Your uncommons have 2 different variations. Your commons have 3 different variations. So the ones that I don't have all 3, I ordered some of those. Or all 2.
a bunch of those.
Ruby? Oh, no, I'm thinking.
All the early EX I think had that.
Yeah.
I can't remember where it ends, but Ruby and Sapphire definitely does. And then maybe like halfway up or something.
Team
Yeah.
Magma versus Team Aqua, probably.
Yeah, maybe.
I think that's when E Series stopped.
Yeah. No, you're right. There is a couple, though. And there's always, like, the one good artwork. It's usually a lot of the base set starters, too, always have 2 artworks. I think.
Yeah, there's some that have 3 as well, I think.
So, Ryan, what are you picking up pallets of? You picking modern crap just from distribution?
Yep.
You
Whatever
buying
they
it
got.
because you have to, or just because Lost Origins is coming out?
Just because I wanna.
What is it mainly?
Well, I mean,
ETBs, booster boxes?
there's like Brilliant Stars, there's Evolving Skies ETBs, there's pre-release kits of stuff of like Sun and Moon sets. I can bring up the invoice.
But what are you doing with it? Do you sell your shit? Do you sell it on TCG Player?
Nope, don't sell anything, bro. Just sits in the garage. I have no room. I have to
Don't you
literally
think?
go
Don't you
tomorrow.
think this is a problem?
No, once I buy a house, it won't be a fucking problem. But I got Celebration
You're gonna have
stuff.
to buy a gymnasium.
I got Shining Fate stuff. I got some Vivid Voltage, Brilliant Stars. I got Astral Radiance check lanes. Brilliant Stars pre-release kit. What else? Hidden Fates. 2017 Summer Tins. Why not? Marnie things. Guardians Rising, Unbroken Bonds, Unified Minds, Lost Thunder, Fates Collide. Yeah, some stuff.
So this, not all. So you paid a little bit of markup on some of that stuff, then.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I just buy it, because it's easier too. Instead of like shop around, I can just buy from them and just it all comes at once.
I guess, but you're fucking nuts to not sell any of that stuff. I mean, I'm not gonna say you
have time.
haven't
I
been
don't have
hyper
time,
successful doing exactly that, but
Well, no, it's more of like I don't have enough space to be able to access a lot of stuff easily. So it's getting to the point where I just need to pile it on, and then once I move out, then I'll be organizing it more and I'll have more space. I'll be able to access it. I'll be able to sell it. I need to start up a website. A lot of stuff isn't worth selling on eBay. So yeah, it's all down the road type of shit. Plus I get a lot of stuff that I can use for openings. So
you want to sell on eBay just so your like commission fees are super low.
yeah, I mean on eBay it's 10%, so it just like cuts into a lot of profit. So when selling modern stuff, it's hard to do it. So
When did your Nick PokeRev make his store? That was the Poke Cave online site.
When he started his YouTube, like a month maybe after.
Smart. At least he was quick on it because he was able to like really, take advantage of like the boom and everything, and already had that all pre-established.
Well, he started that YouTube right before the boom. Nobody knew the boom was coming.
Did you have an inkling? I had it. I didn't. All right. I'm going to phrase this in a way where I don't sound like I'm lying. I had an inkling that the market was getting stronger.
Why?
Why?
It
Because
it was getting stronger at the time.
it was getting stronger.
Yeah, it was, yeah. I
But
remember being
it
at
was
World and like
getting stronger is a big difference than what we saw. What we saw was,
what we saw was
Absolutely
incredible.
ridiculous.
but it was definitely working its way stronger to that point, and then the pandemic was just the freaking cherry on the top, man, and everything just exploded.
And everything's done.
But I don't know. I've said that like time and time again. Like most people that get into Pokemon, and us, a lot of people that are in the hobby are an exception to it. But most people get bored after a year. They get back in. They're like, oh, I want to collect my childhood stuff, or oh, I want to open like some evolutions, or oh, I want to like do a couple sets or whatever, and then they're done. They're bored of it. They're gonna move on to something else. So within the pandemic, you had a lot of those same people that would get bored, jump in. Maybe they didn't have anything to do. Maybe they got some stimmy cash, whatever.
Bro, stimulus, no, that didn't. The stimuluses did not cause an increase in price. The stimuluses were 1,400.
It's a
They said booster boxes were selling for 40K. No, no.
Yeah.
I
mean,
no. It was all the crypto kids moving over for physical assets after they made their money in fake
dumping in there.
fake things, and they moved it over to actual physical assets. That's all. That's all it was.
Yeah, I think the Simi money only helped with like modern product, but yeah, like Ryan said, 30K, 40K for a booster box. That's not somebody who's getting stimulus money to begin with. So
probably a lot of like the lower end stuff would have been a result of that, I would think. But also, like, I mean, it all would snowball. That would snowball the lower end anyway. If everyone sees that everything's going up and they can't afford the more expensive stuff, then they grab the
That's why evolutions
on
went
the
up.
shelf out. Yeah, stuff that's on the shelf.
So for everybody out there watching this video right now, you should join Rattle's Discord, because if you're not, you're making a mistake. But we were talking about that in your Discord the other day in one of your happy hour chats, and I literally said, how the hell is anyone still wanting to open evolutions? Like, where's the fun in it? How are you not burned out by it? And packs are selling for like $15 a piece.
Charizard.
But I mean, like, I think even when
Charizards.
When the evolutions came out, I think I was already a little bit burnt out on like seeing so much base set. Like it already, maybe as new people enter, like I understand where they want to open packs and see the cards that they grew up with.
But you can do that with
like
celebrations.
if you're in the hobby for a couple years, you see a lot of base set. Base set unlimited is extremely cheap. I mean, it wasn't for a little while there, but I'm sure it's back down to.
You'd be harder pressed to find a binder collection without base set than to find one. You know,
yeah.
Like
base set unlimited was ridiculous.
Oh yeah, it's all
people underestimate how much of that shit was printed.
Just all of it, all the cards. It's a crazy amount. But it's the same thing with modern now. And I was watching
modern's way more probably, honestly.
Yeah, so I was watching a few of like people's Collecticon. They just recently had like Collecticon Long Beach, and one of the common themes I heard from a lot of people was there was a decent amount of vintage, but there was a lot of modern. And I want to like bring on somebody who's actually selling and ask them like, what's moving though? Is the vintage moving or is the modern moving? And are the people with the fat stacks who are throwing around a lot of cash, what are they buying? Because I feel like that is a better indication for the market is, okay, the people who are actually carrying around 20 plus K with them at Collecticon, what are they buying? Are they buying modern, or is their money still in vintage? And I think that's a good indicator of like the future of the hobby.
Well, it depends how you're selling your modern. People can get $5 a pack for modern when they're doing like TikTok or whatnot ripping ships, which is crazy, because that equates to a much higher box price than what you're actually able to sell the box for. And that's anybody. That's not like high like, people like popular people on YouTube or popular people. It's just anybody could do that. Anybody.
Yeah.
And that's how people are moving modern. That's it. Yeah. I couldn't move modern just selling it by the box, really. I would get what? $4 over cost?
Yeah,
I
you'd
can't
be
sell it
competing
anywhere.
with like all the biggest stores. If you
Yeah.
sell it on eBay, if you sell it on Amazon, or if you sell it anywhere, like they're
What
all
if I
under
do
like you're gonna
a rip and
undercut.
chip for $5 a pack? Or some people, I saw people charging $5 for those fucking Halloween packs, bro.
They're not even released yet.
$5. I think it was. What's his name? What the fuck's his name?
Those packs are 40 cents a piece.
What the fuck's his name?
Yeah,
He's like the newer prime time. What's his name?
Definitely
He always
not
talks
prime
about
time
he always
Pokemon.
puts TikToks about like what he's investing in, but he always just does slab sales. So it's like he's not investing in anything. He's just buying shit to sell to other people. So
You just described like 30 people.
I don't know if that's 30 people. That might be everyone that's on there. You just described whatnot.
I mean that's mostly everybody now. It's just fuck. What's his name? Fuck. Come on,
Man,
name
I can absolutely
he's
never.
got like 50K subs on YouTube, I think.
Basic said Twice Baked Jake, but
No, not him.
he
No,
doesn't
not him.
sell
No,
packs, so
no, he doesn't. No. This guy's literally strictly a breaker. That's all he is. And card. Yep, there it is. Card of Commerce. Yep, there he is.
yeah, I don't watch him.
That kid. Yeah, I
The
don't need to
the, the Dreamcast guy. Got the grading company.
He's literally selling those fucking things for $5 a pack. There's nothing in them of value.
All right. How do you keep your buyer base, though? How do you not burn out your buyer base?
Good question. I don't know. I'm
I
not
think
a ripper, so I'm not the one to ask.
I know a lot of people in this hobby, and I don't think I could find one to buy a Halloween pack for $5. Not one.
I would
Can't find
just
one.
to prove you wrong, but
What?
Yeah, I mean,
I would as a joke just to prove you wrong on the statement. But,
yeah, I probably could sell one for $5, 100%.
yeah.
But like, the people that support me, I would never want to make that kind of money off of them.
No, and like I would never want to do rip and ship. I feel like
Never.
I would hate doing rip and ship. Like just
Like,
opening. I don't like opening
I don't
packs.
even get excited
other
for
people
opening the
in
shit
general.
I'm opening. You think I'm gonna get excited to
Yeah.
open something for somebody else? Like,
But to be honest, if I had the ability to do, what Rev does, like his Tuesday night breaks, I'd want to do that just so I could be opening the cards. I would fucking not even care about the money. I just love to open some of those boxes once in a while and just get to experience it again, Because growing up, I opened 0 booster boxes as a kid, Like, I was lucky if my mom would buy me 5 packs at Toys R Us on, like, a Saturday morning. That was, like, a very good week for me. Like, on the best of best weeks, my mom's spending, where were they? $2.99 a pack, so $15. My mom wasn't buying me booster boxes, man. But if I ever got the chance to experience that, whether it's my cards or somebody else's, I would do that just for the enjoyment.
Yeah, I think with like a group of people, if you like split a box or something and each opened a pack, that'd be kind of fun.
Yeah.
But in general, I don't really have that like want to open vintage packs. Like, I love opening the new stuff because I get to experience the new cards that I haven't seen before. I guess it'd be the same thing if there was a set. If I just got in the hobby and there was a set that I hadn't seen the cards before, it might be more exciting. But at the same time, I'd rather open a ton of whatever the new set is that's coming out than a few packs of something really expensive.
Yeah. Ryan, you've been having some decent luck pulling some, pretty good cards lately.
I guess
Nice primes and stuff.
you gotta get lucky once in a while.
Was that
It's a misprint.
the issue?
Primes
Yeah,
primes
you
were
want the wild.
so cheap when I picked those up.
Oh.
Oh,
They
the
were
prime,
paying-
prime,
No,
bro.
no,
I
I
pulled
don't know what-
Donphan, bro. Donphan is like I bought like 10 of them for like $5 a piece. They're back in the day. Like it's just
They
not.
were like $5 to $10 when
But
I
you
picked them
pulled
up a
the-
few years ago.
Yeah, you pulled the Espeon Prime, though, too, like a couple months back, right?
While ago, yeah. And it was Umbreon Prime.
Oh, yeah, the Umbreon Prime you pulled from
That was damn. That was like
Undaunted.
that was like March, February of this year.
Yeah. You're still pulling some good cards. You open any old EX cards lately?
Just that one collection box. that I pulled the Latias EX from Dragon Frontiers.
Oh, nice. You ever actually pull a gold star, personally?
Yes, Vaporeon.
Power keepers, nice.
I opened a whole box.
Oh,
It was only $500 for the box.
what did gold stars go for then?
Beats me. I wasn't
Oh,
selling
man.
or anything. 2016, I was just opening shit.
I think the Vaporeon, when I bought it that 2 or 3 years ago, it might have been $100. And like a near mint.
What'd you do with all your power keepers bulk? You sitting on it still, or you graded some of it or sold it or what?
Who are you talking to?
You. Who else am I talking to?
I have no fucking clue who that shit is. That was in 2016. I have no clue where that shit is. It's probably in a binder somewhere or in like some fucking plastic container.
I was gonna say that I'm gonna have to track you down for some reverses from the EX era, but
Oh, I graded all the reverses. I've graded all of them.
great at all.
Yeah,
But you probably have
made
some
Pop one.
some really nice like 7s and 8s that
Check the eBay.
you
Check
track.
my eBay.
Do you have
and
them
then
on all
PTR
on
and
eBay?
PR. Yeah, anything I've graded, they're all on eBay. I don't collect anything. I don't collect any cards. Except sell these stuff. That's about it.
Rattle, where's Gary? Is he able to not figure out how Discord works?
I don't know.
I thought we were gonna have like a whole like shindig
If
up
I
in
have
here.
any, do I have any texts? I don't.
We
He,
got
he was trying to get in last night, so I was like, no. He's like, I missed it. I was like, no, it's tomorrow night.
yeah. I think we got a couple people going to be slowly trickling in, but I told everybody like don't join for the first hour. Just let it be the three of us, and then have people slowly start coming in.
Yeah, I mean,
All right, we're
it's
back.
definitely fine if they want to hop in whenever, and whenever people have to leave.
Yeah.
Welcome to do so. Don't want to keep anyone for 5 hours or whatever it was.
Dude, I just want to go into Ryan's basement and just
Look around at stuff.
yeah, just like start ripping through.
I want like the totes are there, but I want to know like how organized it is.
It doesn't look organized. I feel like
well,
each tote.
Some of the totes do, like on the left side there, but on the right side, the big tote, it looks like that's just like stuff that's all thrown in there.
No, I want to say each tote is organized. Like he knows what's in each tote, but when you add all the totes together, it just loses all sense. And the fact that you copied his background for this video is fantastic, by the way.
Yeah, I'm a little bit upset that he noticed before we went live. Like just before we went live. There's a few people in chat that saw that.
Let's see. So
I have Rattle just turn around and open them. All right, let's see.
yeah. Oh, there you go. Did you see where your hand was? That's a Skyridge box.
Was it?
Right?
Oh yeah, right there.
That's a Skyridge box. Is it? Yeah. Oh no,
Yeah.
it's a.
Look. I thought it was a Skyridge box. I have no
I think
idea.
it is. It's hard to tell. It looks like a Poliwag on the side of the Skyridge box.
I thought those were theme decks, but maybe not.
I doubt he has a sealed theme deck of Skyridge. I've only heard of like one or two.
I don't know if it's Skyridge. We can ask him when he comes back.
Yeah.
What are the? This was like from an older one because I was trying to find a video where he wasn't covering the background.
Oh.
So you can see like it's got different stuff.
Yep.
Here.
But the light
Different
switch is
stuff on
still
the
in the
wall.
same spot.
Yeah, the light switch.
Yeah.
Genesis game.
So this is weird. People are in the chat saying why Evolutions is popular. So Gakole said, I think you and many others are still missing the reason Evolutions is popular. The experience of opening base set packs is something that most casual fans of the hobby, old and new, enjoy. But this is my only argument. I'm not saying that's not true. I'm just saying, how are you not tired of that? Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah. I guess if you didn't open a lot of it when it was really cheap.
yeah, but it was
Even
in
then, I think
everything.
I only opened a few boxes of it, and then I was kind of done with it. And
But it
then
was in every
there.
product for
Yeah, or if you didn't
over
experience
half a
the
decade.
time, if you didn't experience the time where it was in abundance, and then it was in every product, and you were like, "Damn it, I wish I could get a different pack other than this."
That's it's like people are telling me now, I'm like, yeah, I kind of like battle styles. And people are, oh, I'm so sick of battle styles. I'm like, okay. If you're sick of battle styles, imagine opening battle styles now for the next 6 years. and
Yeah,
then,
pretty much.
and then 6 years from now, then battle styles packs are $20 and people love opening them. And you cannot for the life of you understand why people are doing this. Like,
But
that's
if you're
where I'm at.
around, if you're around when the base set Charizard is $10, is it exciting to pull it anymore? Or do you just go buy 10 of them for $100?
That's a good question.
Because that's where it was. Like I gave someone a base, or not a base, an Evolutions Charizard, because it was like a $10 card at the time.
Yeah. Well, even now, what is that Charizard? $30, $40?
I have no idea what it dropped to, but
Yeah.
it was like $300 or something at one point.
And then grade it
It might be
too.
Canadian. Yeah.
You're gonna only get a 9. You're not gonna get a 10. Fucking possible card to grade. But hey, man, if people like it, go for it.
Yeah. Yeah. If
There's
it's
better ways to spend
cost-effective,
$15 though.
definitely. Like the singles, if you just want to collect the binder of it.
Yeah,
or
you could just buy the whole set
Let the-
for $15.
buy the whole set for the less than a booster box. Probably.
I meant like all uncommons, commons for $15, and then start whittling away at. Honestly, that set, there's not a lot of expensive cards. When you get out of like full arts and just the regular hollows. What are you chewing on, Ryan?
Tommy wants to know what the best card of the PK owns is.
It was a first edition PSA 10 base set Raichu. It was the best card I ever owned. And it was my Grail card growing up. Well, actually, that's not really true. The base set Raichu was my Grail card growing up, and then as I got older, that became the Grail, Pop 87. Which, when you compare it to like the Charizard, which is Pop 121, it's actually relatively low for PSA 10 first edition base set Pops.
Yeah, but no one likes Raichu.
What?
No one likes Raichu.
Except for Surge.
Raichu's the best. And yeah, that was my best card ever. And I own now more graded Raichus than anybody should ever own in every single low grade you could possibly imagine. I'm trying to complete a 1 through 10 set.
That's fun.
But you look at Ryan. We all know Ryan's favorite card, which is a gold star graded.
I sent the rest of mine to PSA.
Did you?
Did you?
At 18?
So they're all graded now?
No, I haven't gotten them back yet, but
They're all B graded?
Were any of them 10 candidates, or you would have sent those?
Yeah, they would have been like 3, maybe 4, like if I sent them back in 2018, but not now.
And for everybody out there who doesn't know what Ryan's card is, it's the Celebi Gold Star.
I think I sent 32. Yeah, 32. Yeah, something like that.
So how many will that put you graded wise altogether?
I'll have over 50. 50 something.
You think that's the most in the world? It's got to be, right? Probably.
Possibly. You know, who knows?
I mean, I don't know what Rattles.
There's always collectors out there that are private. They don't share anything, so.
Yeah. I don't know what Rattle's Grail card is. I'm going to guess his first edition Charizard he cracked. Where he put you heard about the one he cracked, right, Ryan?
Mm-hmm.
So right before he cracked it, he like carved a huge penis onto the PSA case, and then he posted in a Reddit page like, "Hey guys, I just got this returned from me from PSA. Like, has any of this happened to you guys before?" And then obviously it just went freaking stupid viral on him because everybody's like just super gullible.
Yeah, super.
But then he cracked it. I think he got it from Gary, actually. I think he got it in a 7. And just for a binder copy, and then he cracked it. But Rattle just completed his first edition binder. I think the last card he needed was a Electabuzz, right? What's the last card you needed for your first edition binder? Oh, was it you needed like a rare. Was it the Electabuzz, the Dragonair, or the Doug Trio, one of those?
I can't remember what order. I ended up getting them all around the same time, and then just made like separate cracking videos.
I was just talking
But,
about your penis Charizard.
oh yeah. Oh no, my Instagram post is gone. That was like my only Instagram post for the longest time was just this like PSA 7 Zard. Super clean 7. It had like one of the like foil lines or whatever going through like the hollow portion of it. And like I took a knife and I carved a penis into the case, posted it on like Verbank or something. I was just like, hey, my
Yeah,
ex.
definitely
Yeah.
Burbank. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was just like, guys, I'm looking to sell this. My ex broke up with me, and before
Oh,
she left, carved
okay.
this into my slab.
All right. I didn't know the story. I didn't know you said it was your ex.
Oh, your
That's,
post?
Yeah, yeah. It was just like my. What? I made like a
I
sales
think
post.
Burbank always deletes my posts. If I ever make one, they always delete them.
I get banned from Burbank. There must have been like a Caribou fan or something like that around that time. But yeah, I get banned. I think I'm still in the marketplace, but not in like the Verbank itself,
Yeah.
or
Burbank's
vice versa. Yeah,
okay.
it does. Most of the like the Facebook groups suck pretty bad.
so what's your Grail though? I mean, obviously you
My
have
Grail?
that, but that's not your Grail, right?
No, that wasn't my Grail. I'm glad that I have it out of the way, just like in terms of
Price wise.
expense.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think it was probably like $2,000 US at the time or something. But nice to get that one out of the way. Grail, I like. If I had to say like something that I regret not picking up earlier, probably like the Gold Star Umbreon Espeon when they were like $500 would have been nice to have.
Yeah.
But nothing's extremely Grail. I just want to have like one of every English card in near mint to mint condition and binder those bad boys.
I would
Why
love
not?
a snap coughing.
Yeah, that came
Snap
up.
coughing.
That came up years ago, though, right?
Yeah, like for $500,
Yeah.
they're selling.
I thought it was
Easy.
more than that.
No, like 2000. I think it was like 2013, 14, something like that.
Yeah. I had somebody on my channel, and he picked up when all the Poliwags came out, and like that guy posted the photo of 15 or whatever when they sold all those. He bought one of those, and it was just kind of like right place at right time, have money. He's also the same guy. He bought. I think I might have told. Did I tell the story on a live in the past where he bought? He was the first ever the great SSB Mewtwo, a PSA 10. Yeah, this kid. His name was. His user handle was MKPokeCC, 2009. He was fucking washing dishes for a summer job, washing dishes, and saved up all the money he made washing dishes in 2009. And at the time, there was somebody on eBay selling the SSB 1, SSB 2, SSB trainer number 3. He didn't have money for 1 or 2. He bought number 3 for $1,800, sent it to PSA, graded it at 10. It was the first ever 10 graded. Paid $1,800 for it.
I mean, that's what things were valued back then. It's crazy.
But the thing is he saved up his money washing dishes during a summer job. You could never wash dishes to buy that card today. In a, you're talking $120,000 card. And then
Summer jobs.
And then he had multiple Trophy Kangaskhan's, and then he was the one that traded for that authentic Pikachu Illustrator. So he had a pretty cool story of like, and then in order to gain his Pikachu Illustrator, he traded for that. And at the time, they valued it at $10,000. And he traded, like, he had a Trophy Kangaskhan 10, a couple other cards that he included in order to get to that value of 10 grand in order to get that Illustrator. And that was like the peak of his collection. But I just always thought that was such a cool story. I had him on my channel. If anybody out there is watching this, want to watch that, go on my lives. It's interview with MKPokeCC. The dude's backstory is crazy. And he owned Trophy Kangaskhan's. He owned 2 of them. Graded 1 in a 10. SSB Mewtwo owned in a 10. Illustrated Pikachu owned the authentic for copy. Owned Snap cards. Like, you name it. He owned all, like all kinds of high-end stuff because he was the only one of the few doing it in 2009, 2010. And he was he was a junior in high school too, which is fucking nuts when you think about it now. Like, juniors in high school don't own Illustrator Pikachus. They don't. And we lost Ryan again.
Yeah, I can only imagine like just
Right? It's like, what's going on?
I
I don't
when
know. I
I
keep
had
getting
like
kicked off. It's so weird.
summer job in like high school, like that's definitely not what I was doing with my money.
Yeah. Well, you think about it too is in today's hobby, in order to get to the highest end, so highest end, you're
Mm.
talking. Oh, and he owned. So he was the one that sourced that Pika 97 Pika trophy, the one that was super faded. Do you remember that one? You ever seen that photo? It was like super sun
Yeah.
damage. He sourced that from Japan and took a big hit on that. But for like the Charizard Super Secret Mega Battle, like he was the first person to ever go after the clothing worn. Like he has the jacket and stuff that the kids wore during the tournament.
Oh,
Like
that's really cool.
like super niche stuff, and he bought that in 2011,
I want that like
2012.
I want that silver bomber jacket from like it's in the Silver Bible. It's like one of those old
Yeah.
jackets.
So his is
There's
from the Charizard
there's
Mega
probably
Battle,
no
and
way it
it's a
fits
blue
you.
jacket.
Yeah, it's never gonna fit.
It's probably like a Japanese
Yes,
small
it's
or
ama-
something.
and that's like a yeah. That's
It'll
like an
fit on
extra
a
large.
figurine or something. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Tommy, original video PHL. This is definitely live. It's not pre-recorded.
I'm pre-recorded though.
Ryan is the Mark Zuckerberg of podcasts. He's just a robot.
Will I open any Team Rocket returns? Maybe if I find something.
I want Team Rocket returns to come
Dude,
out.
tell him your Team Rocket return stories where you and Nick fucking graded complete sets of that shit.
Yeah, we graded. Well, those are just non-hollows.
Yeah, but
Nothing
still,
crazy.
smash
nothing
that
crazy.
like button, people. What the fuck?
Nothing
are you
crazy.
doing?
Nothing crazy. We and like the couple
That was
matches-
aggressive.
Smash that like button. Don't forget to
That's what-
unsubscribe on
you-
your way out. No.
Don't
Hit
threat.
that
Don't
like button, baby.
Don't,
Fist
don't
it.
threaten the chat. Okay.
No. Like, subscribe, comment.
Okay, Chad. I'll look after you.
I'm joking. We love every one of you guys. Brendan Baxter said, "Why is BGS grading process still in the Stone Age? Like, I'd rather stab a fork in my eye than send a card in for grading." Yeah, man, it's like sending a card on the Pony Express for grading. I've never sent to BGS. I can't even find their pop report, so I'm not about to fucking start doing submissions. You ever look for their pop report? It's like,
Oh my god.
That would
even
actually
just
be a
looking
good
absurd numbers is a headache.
it would be a good YouTube
So
video.
bad.
Just do a how to navigate BGS's pop report. It would probably get views from now till forever because people would have to always like watch it.
Well, I made a video recently on their new website and their new slabs that they're claiming are not their new slabs, but they had these giant displays of the new slabs. So I think people like had a bad reaction to it and they just like backtracked and pretended like, oh no, we were never gonna go with these. These were just concepts. So it was it's something. The website is just the same website, but it's got like a new website that you go to that links into the old website. It's pretty bad. This is coming from someone that whipped together a website and got made fun of for it.
Tommy said he just turned his head around looking for Rusty. Rusty's not going to be on today. He's on vacation with his wife and kids. He's an actual family man, but maybe
He's
next
here
month we'll get lucky.
in spirit.
What did Gary say when you messaged him?
He said he was down, but hold on, I'll send him a text.
What about everybody else that you said that were getting on?
Hop on.
Some of them are on.
Whatnot.
No.
Whatnot.
One of them
Is there
is
one
doing
thing?
a live stream right now. He'll be hopping on a little
Why not?
bit. Then the other two, I think, are just finishing up work and putting their kids to bed, and then they'll be on the other two. And the other two we brought on is so you could talk to them.
Me?
Yeah. The fact that you don't know is great. It's gonna get spicy.
I'll just sign off. It's fun.
Oh no. It's not like an attack thing. It's just gonna be a fun conversation. I actually told you in
nobody can attack me. You know that, right?
I know it's not attack. That's why it was phrased badly. But no, it's gonna be a spicy conversation. Can I be any more vague? Let me know down in the comments below.
Now you got them all concerned.
Yeah, no.
Geppetto wants to know if
Shadows Jack says Leonhardt. No, that would
special
never
delivery
happen.
Charizard code yet.
Leonhardt would be way too scared to ever get on with anybody like that. No.
No. Did you get your special delivery Charizard code yet, PK?
Yeah, I got mine.
I haven't. Fuck all of you.
How many emails did you put in?
Just one.
Yeah.
I'm not an asshole like the rest of you.
I put in one. I got
one. Okay.
And then no. I listen. Are you a hater for the people that put in 1,000?
Nah, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit.
I mean, I've seen people with hundreds now. Seen like photos of hundreds. But now I've seen some people who have like 1,000 codes. Somebody reached out to Rusty with 186 codes. Asked him if he wanted
bots. Bots just literally create the email addresses and like sign up for it. That's all it is. I mean,
but dude, if they're selling for like the codes are selling for $60, if somebody was somehow able to bot 1,000 codes, they made $60,000 for not doing anything. $60,000 is a lot of money. Fucking nuts.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you put something in place? Like I guess at the end of the day,
no, they just block
Pokemon Center
doesn't trying to do stuff.
When you're trying to buy something and you hit refresh a little bit too quick or something like that, then you get banned
like a bot. Then the real bots actually get in just buy everything. Cool.
I mean the Pokemon Center website has just shown how bad it was over the hype days. How easily people could bot it and exploit it, and it's just bad. I'm glad that's all over. That was a pain.
Yeah.
Especially if you're just trying to get like a single product or whatever that for the promos or whatever reason.
I don't know. We'll see. What do you think the ground or like the floor is for a car like that? You think it could reach $5 or can't get? Because even when you look at like the illustrated Charizard or Charizard whatever it's called, what did that end up hitting? $15 as its floor?
I don't think it'll ever go below the like $20 minimum order. Because even the special delivery Pikachu, when that was still available, the price of the promo was pretty much the price of whatever you were buying.
Yeah, so $20. Yeah. I don't know.
But at the same time, if there's, that's just the ones that we're seeing. Like, how many people have these like mass listings of these Charizards that maybe it's going to be like $10 or something, like half the price of what you have to order. Because if they just absolutely flood the market because they signed up with 100,000 emails, and it's at the point where people don't even want to place the order, these people that are selling them would rather just sell the code because they don't really have the money to sell or to make the purchase.
Yeah. Somebody says
as far as I know, like even if you order them the same address, they don't cancel your order. So I think
somebody says they love how I open CGC slabs. Yeah, man. The way you open CGC slabs, just throw them off your roof. It's simple. It just takes multiple attempts with the camera. Just like I should release the blooper reel of that where I just throw it and like it just completely flies off the screen. You can't see it, but you can hear it like hit shit.
It's just bouncing off your neighbor's cars and stuff.
It was like 7 throws too. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, I feel like that would maybe be more awkward than what? No, I don't know. It was pretty awkward when I went and did the toilet opening on the toilet that I found on the side of the road for the big garbage pickup, where the owner was just like, "Hey, what's going on?" It's like, "Oh, just recording a YouTube video or two."
Not only a YouTube video, but opening Pokemon cards.
Yeah, I had a like a boom arm, like a cheaper version of that, and my camera set up on the end of it, and I had a TV table, like a wooden TV table, the cross-legged ones that you like fold out. Stuck that on the ground next to it, and it was like opening next to the toilet that was on the side of the road.
Edmund said MetaZoo Shredder secret when? Yeah, there's a secret behind those too. Dude, Ryan, are you trying to get a cat?
No, she's just crying. 3 of my cats are still outside, so. Come here, Evie.
What?
Getting a jump? Getting a jump up?
What do you mean? No, then she don't jump up. She's too fat.
Oh.
Yeah, she's a fat one.
Now, Ryan, you said you haven't really been buying any vintage. You've been buying modern. Are you just problem sourcing right now, or just time-wise trying to source?
I'm just not. I mean, I buy stuff. I buy stuff to open. That's about it. I haven't bought anything for like collecting purposes in a while.
I've only just recently, like when I was making the completion of the first edition binder, like started buying the vintage stuff again that I needed. There was like a solid 2 years where I just didn't buy anything vintage. Because it was just it was like keeping going. It kept going up, and like it wasn't stuff that I was going to flip. So I was just like, okay, like this will just cool off eventually, and even if it's more expensive when it does, whatever. I don't want to get caught up in this.
The last vintage I bought is this.
Oh, yeah.
DP packs.
Where'd you... Ryan's gone again. Where do you get like a nice allotment?
He's going to grab something.
Where do you get a what?
Where do you get an assortment of diamond and pearl packs like that?
My connection? Why?
No, I don't know.
He's an old distributor.
Oh, so it's all unweighed stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. It's like from like collection boxes.
What, did he cannibalize down product a long time ago, or?
Yeah, I mean, like he used to work for GTS, and then like he had his own portion of stuff that then he took over and then was selling on Amazon, and then eventually I met him through Amazon, and then yeah.
Let's see.
See the cat playing in the box.
Yeah. Oh, gown. That's not a. That cat's not fat.
Yeah, she is.
Different.
No, that's her. She's fat.
I'm seeing some very fat cats, and that was.
Rattle,
she's not that fat. She's just a little chunky.
Rattle, you ever do any vintage openings, or you own any vintage packs?
No, I have almost nothing sealed that's very old. Any of the sealed stuff that I have, that's like the one thing in, if you want to call it, in my collection that I don't have an attachment to that I would sell. The single cards that I have, wouldn't sell them unless I have a duplicate of them. But the sealed stuff I would sell. I have opened like jungle and whatever, like older packs, like unlimited packs. But usually if it was like a gift or like back when they were really cheap, like I opened a few, but.
Yeah, I saw Malwal is coming out with a V-Star for Modern. I'm pretty excited about that. You've been asking for that for a while, like some kind of good card.
Yeah, I'm not sure how good it's going to be. It seems like it's borderline good, so I'm going to have to build a deck with it anyway, but I almost lost hope. I thought like Malwal wasn't getting the V. Sableye got one like really early, and Sableye's the counterpart, like the version exclusive counterpart to Malwal.
Didn't Malwal get an EX, but Sableye didn't get an EX?
Sableye?
An XY.
Yeah, I was going to say an XY.
And the Mega. Well, yeah, because but Sableye got the tag team. It was Mega Sableye Tyranitar or whatever.
Either one of you guys thinking about Baltimore regionals? What about you, Ryan?
No shot.
No shot?
It's so close.
What the fuck am I going to do there?
I don't know.
I'm not playing.
What did you do at Worlds?
It's Worlds!
Yeah.
It was
You can
Worlds. It
you
was
get the
Worlds, and
Yeah,
like
but
everybody asked, like,
Saito's
"Are we
gonna be
going?"
doing signing, so that would be crazy.
Wait, what?
What's his name? How do you say it? Koti Psycho?
side two. Yeah.
Yeah,
Side two.
he's gonna be doing a
Get some
signing.
card signing. Some people not excited.
Nope. I
Right.
would want Ken Sugimori. That's about it, and he doesn't sign cards anymore. So
What would you have him sign? Would you have him just do base set Blastoise, or would you have him do
no
something
clue.
else?
I'd figure something like very niche and unique, probably.
Who did the Celebi Gold Star?
I have no fucking clue.
Wait, is it Fukuda?
No clue.
Couldn't tell you.
And I would never want him to sign one. Whoever it is.
Even if it was beat.
Maybe if it was like really beat
This is
ass
like a
one.
play copy or something.
Ryan, what's the beef with Leonhardt? I just don't like him. Simple as that. I've known him since 2016 when he had like 3K subscribers and he was begging his subs to send donations so he could buy a new computer.
Yeah, it's
Apparently he was
every
a lawyer.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm hit or miss on when it comes to signed cards. You know,
I would love to have like one of each Monwild card that's ever been printed signed by that artist. But that would be like a personal collection, and I'd want to have the artist sign it for me. If
and
that
that's
makes
my
sense.
thing with signed cards. It's just what you said. Like you gotta be there. Like you have
Yeah.
them sign it. I don't know how I feel about like people.
I don't think there's any like I don't like or wouldn't pay to have somebody else get a card signed or potentially, you don't know the story behind it, whatever.
Yeah,
I it
I
would
want to be there.
mean so much more. Like even if like if a friend got one signed for me, then that would be like a second best option. But I would much rather meet the artist, have the artist like show them the card that they illustrated, they sign it, and it's like personal collection forever kind of thing.
I only have one signed card. That's about it.
Yeah.
It's
But-
Craig Turvey.
And then they would probably like look at me weird because they'd be like, "Why the hell are you handing me a Mawile when when I've illustrated Charizards and stuff that they've been signing all day?" But I don't know. It's not. It's pretty bad. Like there's some of them that don't sign anymore, where people I don't know if people let on that they weren't going to sell them or whatever, and then they did sell them. And then like the personalized stuff, like I'd rather not have it personalized, but if it was going to be personal collection anyway, then it doesn't really matter, I guess. And then the whole like where it has to be personalization only, and people get like 2 trainer or 2 ash or whatever on it is like the worst thing I've ever seen. Or people just get like a really common name.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if I ever could do it in person, but that's about the extent of signed cards for me. What do you think about
Maybe-
this new set coming out, Lost Origins? You think it's gonna be a banger?
I think this would be awesome.
Yeah, Ryan.
No,
do you-
that-
Ryan,
even
do you
with
look at new
without the
sets at this
even without the Mawiles.
Do you think the hype is going to carry into Scarlet Violet, all said and done? Or?
It's gonna be a hype reset. It's gonna be like XY and a Sun and Moon. It's gonna be bare necessity contents of a first thing.
Yeah.
Like people are gonna be excited for the new Pokemon, all the Lechonks and whatever.
Don't, yeah. I know. I just extends my list for potential trash Pokemon. That's about it.
But I think the last sets of Sword and Shield are gonna be, at least in terms of hype, like in the long term, are gonna be a lot better than.
Well, I mean,
a
what the
base set
next
of
one?
anything.
That other one is gonna have probably Lugia and Ho-Oh alt arts, right? Potentially.
Yeah, I think it's going to, the Lugia alt art's going to be a stonker.
And what if they just stop doing alt arts? Can you imagine? If they just cut them off there. I think they should have cut off the rainbows at Sun and Moon, but They
Yeah,
didn't.
like after the first Sun and Moon set, and like, oh, these are dumb. So let's just get rid of them.
No, I meant at the end of Sun and Moon, but
No, first Sun and Moon set done. That's it.
Yeah.
That was it. They
and
were
they're done.
the worst
Yeah,
decisions.
just only the Espeon and the Umbreon from Sun and Moon base.
That's it.
Yeah. Especially full art
Sun-
rainbow rare trainers are dumb too. Just keep them.
They're terrible. It's stupid.
Those shouldn't have been added.
Yeah.
So not only did they continue the hyper rares that should have been, or the rainbow rares that should have been cut off, but now they added trainers that it's pretty bad when your full art equivalent to a rainbow rare is more valuable and more sought after. Because it was never the case with the other way around. Like the full arts are always inexpensive compared to the hyper rares, even in Sword and Shield.
Yeah. Japito47 said he hasn't seen the new starters. Are they trash or nah?
Trash.
They're trash. Like there's
Everything's trash.
there's like the Quaxley one people are kind of liking, but
I mean, the grass one is a cat, so that's kind of cool. But
I don't know.
it's probably going to be a bipedal last evolution, so it's going to be just stupid.
But Litten's a fire cat.
Is it just going to be Incineroar with green?
It's going to be bipedal.
Yeah.
They always make the cats bipedal for some reason.
Yeah, it's probably cat people that did that.
Dylan Smith said,
Too many
Pokeknowledge,
requests.
is there any buying opportunities for investors over the next few months? If so, where? Yeah, there's always buying opportunities, man. Especially this market's dropping. It's just realizing the good products, but more importantly, like...
The only problem is it's going to continue to drop. That's the only thing.
Yeah. And understand what's saturated, what's not saturated, you know? For me, there's a lot of like Watsi stuff that could be undervalued right now. PSA 9 first editions, PSA 8 first editions, like some of this stuff could be undervalued if you time it right.
Or if you find the right auction, maybe.
Yeah, I genuinely would not want to put my name on anything right now. That's how I feel about the market.
I think there's a couple plays, but it's gonna be like
there's plays, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's extremely tough.
But there's gonna be some stuff that's like fucking super volatile, where super modern stuff, when grading fees start lowering, like I wouldn't touch that. I wouldn't.
I don't see grading fees lowering, bro. The economy's gonna keep trashing. Inflation's gonna keep going up. The cost of everything is gonna keep going up. But collectibles don't have that same effect with inflation.
Yeah. I think there's some non-masked, or there's some sealed vintage product that's not like fucking base set jungle fossil, like tons of packs. Some of that stuff is probably going to do pretty good in all this, you know?
Tough.
Power Keepers packs, probably going to do okay, you know? Dragon Frontiers packs, probably going to do okay.
EX is pretty solid right now.
Yeah. Like, there's a couple sets, like Delta Species packs. Probably going to do okay, man. Like, or at least if it does go down, it's going to be a pretty negligible, like, percent gain. You're probably just going to, like, either be breaking even or be down, like, 10% or something. That's, like, whatever. It's not going to be, like, a 80%, 60% loss. There's some fucking modern shit, like, 80% losses, very, very possible. And we've already seen it happen in a couple cards. Savage Man 76 to you, Ryan, said, do you pick up all those cards after your videos and organize them back into the bin or trash, or do you not want to let this secret go?
No, I donate. I've said it numerous times on video. I donate them to my sister.
To your niece, you mean, right?
No, my sister.
Oh.
My sister's a teacher, so I dump the trash can into a bag. She organizes them, then makes up little bags for her students.
No, that's
for prizes.
Yeah. Felipe said his son just brought him his Rayquaza VMAX Alt Art. In this cute little voice, he's like, Dad, do you remember when I pulled this card? It's really cool, right? Yeah. I mean, shout out to Felipe. Like, if you're doing that right, man, you're enjoying Pokemon with your kids. Like, you're fathering correctly. Put it that way. Because my kid's gonna like Pokemon whether he wants to or not. Like, he doesn't have a choice. I've already said this.
You're gonna force it
Yeah.
too hard.
You know, like there's some kids, like their parents made them play sports, or like they hated baseball, or they hated football, or hated soccer, and their fucking parents brought them to practice every day and made them play. I want to be that with Pokemon until my kid is like sick of it. But I think I'll have a couple years, he'll love it.
If I have a kid, no Pokemon, nope.
And he'll become
violin. They're gonna learn the violin, the piano.
they're gonna become like a MetaZoo collector just despite you.
They won't know. They won't know. They won't know what trading cards are because they won't have the internet.
Okay.
We didn't have the internet.
They're never getting a phone. They'll get a phone when they're
back in
18.
1999.
They won't know cable. They won't know anything.
I guess we did. We did have the internet. In
They get a Sega
We had to use the
Dreamcast.
AOL sample discs or like the the trial discs.
People are saying their kids love Pokemon, so that's great.
Yeah, all the kids do. They do.
Most kids love Pokemon. Like before this Halloween junk, every year, like over the past few years, I've been giving out Pokemon cards for Halloween. Like I'll give them the candy and stuff as well. But Pokemon cards, love it. Absolutely love it. There's times where like some of the kids are too tired and they don't want to like go all the way up the driveway. But they see their sibling or their friend come back with Pokemon cards and they're just like, okay, I'm going. I'm doing it. Making the trip.
Ryan's gone again. He's going to come back and be like, what the fuck?
I don't get it. I don't get it. Do I have to hardwire in, maybe?
Are you on browser?
What?
Are you on browser or did you download Discord?
Oh, I have Discord on my computer, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Don't know.
I'm not a pleb, bro.
Okay, all right. I didn't know if you were a gamer or not.
Yeah, I'm a gamer, bro. That's what I mean. Well, I don't use this computer, but I downloaded it a while ago. But yeah, do you ever get inquiries from people who want to buy booster boxes from me that you don't list it, and I tell them to fuck off?
Right.
Literally, any people ask me about like, oh, I should go check my eBay, and if it's not listed, it's not for sale. It's just maybe rare occasions, maybe
unless it's Rev.
Yeah, unless it's Nick. Yeah, he has free reign.
When you think you'll ever do like a full-on collection video or no?
No.
Yeah, just be too much.
Nick did two videos of that. I'm never doing it because it's just too hard to do it by myself. You know?
Yeah.
Like I have to hold one camera and talk and like pick up stuff with one hand. Yeah, it's.
You get a GoPro and like one of those elastic bands and.
Or like Nick has like this strap-on like chest plate and like fuck that no.
That's what he wears when he does that stuff.
Bulletproof vest. Really?
Hey, what was the national like?
Gay. I don't know. It was all sports. I mean, it was nothing but sports. I mean, it was cool just to get out of the house, but that's about it.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, it's cool to see my friends. That's about it. It was cool to get out of the house, but otherwise, I mean, it was mostly sports, like primarily sports. Very rare. They had Pokemon stuff.
Everything Pokemon, was it just overpriced too?
I mean, no, I think everything's overpriced because like I'm so used to like 2017-18 pricing. Mm-hmm. So like like what for Nick's video, I bought 2 of those Chrome Series packs. If I was buying them for myself and not for like a video, I would have never bought them. But I just bought them just because I didn't feel like looking for anything else.
Yeah. That's the thing. I feel like you don't go to any of those shows to get a deal. Like everyone.
John and I got a deal on those Shining Legend boxes. So.
You opened
like the Marshadow ones.
Yeah, you opened. Yeah. You got some pretty good polls, right?
Yeah, I pulled like six Shining, I think.
Yeah, you pulled the Celebi, I know that. Or no. The Jirachi.
Yeah, Jirachi. A couple Jirachi, I think.
Yeah. I don't know. It looked like fun. But yeah, if you're not a sports guy, I could see how that could be tough.
It was cool just to get out.
How many
You know.
people, like, recognized you opposed to John, opposed to Nick?
Well, Nick, obviously, but I actually had a decent amount of people, way more. I didn't expect one, so it was just way more than I expected. It was weird. It was weird.
And then how many people recognize Nick?
Well, there's little kids, everybody. I mean, it wasn't as bad as if we went to probably like a Pokemon event.
Yeah, if you
like
went to
a
Pokemon
Collecticon?
stuff, there'd probably be
I
more.
wouldn't go with him. But yeah, it was cool. It was cool just to get out. You know, it was only an hour drive, so it's not that big of a deal.
I was at Jersey Shore a couple weeks back.
Jersey Shore, what?
Jersey Shore, like Jersey Shore, like Seaside
Where?
Heights. Seaside
Oh,
Heights.
Seaside. Okay.
Yeah.
When was that?
You didn't call Ryan up?
You didn't call me.
When was the Plasma Blast open in Rattle?
You,
I was watching that.
you told me that you went tanning and you were doing laundry
I was
and you
doing
went to the gym or something.
TL. No. Me and some
and you didn't call Ryan?
yeah. Me, the wife, the
My
kid.
parents have a shore house in Ortley. Like right next to Seaside.
Oh, yeah. We were there whenever Rusty did his plasma blast break. I was watching it at the Airbnb. So
Yeah.
when was that? 2 weeks
It
ago?
was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
I think. On
How far are you
Tuesday.
from Seaside Heights?
30, 40 minutes.
Yeah. The only problem was we brought our dog, and I guess this year they made it so the boardwalk is no longer dog friendly. So that like put a huge hamper in a lot of our plans.
Probably in the morning. It probably was right.
No, the whole day.
Wow, that's.
And then if you drive all the way down, there's that like the private beach or whatever. I don't know if it's private beach, but it's like that.
Which way?
Fuck if I know. Like away from the way you drive in, like kind of to the end. You just kind of hit a dead end. You fucking drive straight down a road forever. You have to like pay the park and stuff. But
You do that both ways.
Okay, yeah. Then I don't
Well,
know.
is there one with the rides or the one with not the rides?
Not the rides. Where you have
by the sawmill restaurant.
yeah. So when you park, you have to walk down the beach like a long ways to get there.
Yeah. Like my parents' house is the other way.
Okay, so like the Jersey Shore house, we were probably like, you could walk there, so like 2 miles.
My parents' house is like a minute walk from there. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like Ortley's right next to it. Like it's just like Ortley just switches into Seaside real quick.
So I didn't. Yeah, I don't want to like get in. We're gonna go off like.
You guys are getting closer and closer to doxing yourselves.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, you in the past and your parents, but
Wait, why? I don't get it.
well, because now it's next step is like the postal code and then.
So I see
Yeah,
Gary
that's-
King Pokemon is in the chat. Gary, hop on to this Zoom call. What are you doing?
Gary,
Bro.
did you figure it out?
I dare someone to come here. They'll be shot sight unseen, bro. That's it.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't be robbing Ryan. I'd be fucking scared shitless.
I'm a fucking lunatic, bro.
This is the man that said, "What would happen if your house burned down? Would you be upset about your collection?" And his response was, "I'm dying with my cards. I'm burning. we're burning alive." Like that
getting
was
the
his
house-
response.
I'm
I'm gonna
I'm
smell that
tapped
burning
out.
cardboard.
And then I'm just laying in my basement and just dying with them all.
It's gonna go up quick too. There's a lot of cardboard surrounding you.
Yeah, bro.
Gary, get in the chat. What did he say? No? Gary. What do you mean how?
He said how?
You can
Oh,
do
he
it.
said how.
You've been in the happy hour. You need to,
Is he in Discord or is he in?
yeah, he's in the Discord.
Oh, okay.
Gary, use your device that you used last time that you came to the happy hour. And go into
Wait.
Discord. Click on the Rattle Pokemon circle. And then click on the podcast waiting room channel. I believe in you.
We believe in you, Gary.
We believe in you.
When
Gary.
are the
Everyone,
other kids that are getting on
can I-
that
can
I'm
I-
supposed to be having some beef with?
Can I get some prayer hands in chat for Gary?
Because
Disability.
I'm probably getting off around 11 because I gotta wake up for Liverpool at 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh, and we fucking keep losing Ryan. see.
Billy, no one's going to bed. Trapper Paul, that's right. Gary.
Oh yeah, Alex. I'll get the cats out and then I'll die in the house. 100%. Because if I lose all my cards, there's nothing left to live for. Nothing. Nope.
Not even the cats?
My parents will take care of the cats. It's fine.
Fair enough.
But I won't have it like. Does Ryan still have C4?
I love that every time I stand here like this, like everybody puts the prayer symbols in the chat now. Like
I just said give some prayer symbols so Gary can find his way in.
All right. I get a lot of these like whenever I'm doing my lives. Every time like people are like,
you gotta switch to this. You gotta switch to this.
What is it?
Like, is that Cat's Cradle?
No, that's just if you know, you know. If you know, you know. So that's it.
Yeah. No, Gary's a funny guy, and I think Gary has a pretty weird perspective when it comes to the hobby because of when he was in it, doing what he was doing. You know, I think people struggle sometimes with, I don't know. I think they definitely struggle with being able to put themselves in his shoes, like what the market was like at the time. Because there weren't a lot of people doing whatever would be considered high-end at that time. And a lot of his high-end stuff was, one, niche stuff, but a lot of, just even set cards too. And the people that were, like, dabbling in the more high-end were, like, Japanese promos and stuff like that. But even that was such a small buyer pool, and it was impossible to find those cards back then. You're talking 2001, finding Japanese promos. Like, good luck. There's no way to do that. But he was going after English set cards and then going after first. What did he say? He opened up an entire pallet once of base set boxes.
Makes sense.
Probably something like that. Yeah.
Makes sense.
They were inexpensive.
But fucking sourcing that
but
shit.
Also, like he was.
Source from what? Do you know how much shit they printed? Do you know how readily available base set unlimited was?
Yeah, but you still gotta buy it.
Doesn't matter.
You're buying something that's worthless though to open.
Bro, that's like buying fucking like Chilling Reign right now. Like, you have to put that in perspective for you. It was like buying Chilling Reign right now. I can get a pallet of that.
No, well, but that's the other perspective. It's like you could do it, but you don't want to do it. So why did he do it? That's the question.
This was the first set of Pokemon.
Yeah.
First set of a trading card game. That's it. And it's hugely popular.
Did he ever tell you how he sourced his first edition case rattle?
I can't remember the exact details on it, but it came like straight from someone, either a store or like a distributor. We can ask him if he gets on.
I know.
All right, I'm gonna call Gary. We're gonna get him. We're gonna get him walk through this. We'll find out the full story. Oh, he's close. He's close. Gary, that iPad cover is atrocious.
It's just. Trapper said, "Call Gary. Needs help."
All right, so he's in the Discord. He just needs to. Okay, we're calling him.
You mute your mic. I could talk to Ryan for a second.
All right, talk to Ryan for a second. I'm gonna call Gary.
We're
gonna get him
for a second.
Talking to myself for a second. What is that Pokeball thing back there? Is that a fucking pocketbook?
No, that is a custom backpack I had a girl make for me in California back in 2012 during my rave days, and has a secret pocket where I used to hide my drugs when I went to
Oh, boy, what question did I just accidentally ask?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I was a rave kid with the candy and stuff. Yeah, I was a rave kid. I went to Tomorrowland in Boom, Belgium in 2012.
Are you like the glow stick kid too?
No, I'm not close because no.
Oh, God. What year is this? Are we talking?
2012.
So like 10 years ago?
Yeah. I used to source all my drugs from Queens. Tested it.
Okay.
What's wrong with that?
I
I didn't state what drugs. Could be just weed. Weed's legal.
guess.
But it's not.
That
But yeah, I was a
that
brave
bin
kid.
behind you
I
with
went to
just
shows
fucking
every
packing
weekend.
peanuts. Is there anything
went to
with
shows-
those packing peanuts, or is that just shipping supplies?
That's just it's just because like people send me stuff with those peanuts and I just save them just to reuse them.
I throw all mine away. I'm really bad at saving packing supplies, and I end up just fucking spending money to buy it like an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, I used to have spirit hoods with like the ones that look like a wolf and they had like the long arms and they had the hand things and shit.
Wait, really?
I probably have one. Yeah, I still have one. You know.
Oh god, he's going to get like a old rave hoodie. When he talks about like being looking like a wolf or whatever, all I can think of that song is like, what did the fox say? And then just Ryan coming out.
It's like a spirit hood.
Oh god.
Yeah, it's got like you can put your hands in here like this, but then when you're rolling, you go like this. Next level shit. And then it's also got a secret pocket here. Right? Yeah. Where's it?
You can put your weed in there. It's like that Adam Sandler.
See, it's like a secret pocket here. But yeah. Spirit hood. I used to have like 6 of them.
So what videos you got coming out in the future? Give us a sneak peek. Or do you just come up with them day of?
Intros day of, videos day of. I mean, I have a short coming out tomorrow, but that's about it.
So I really liked your outro where you're driving in like the little kid's car.
You mean intro? Yeah.
Yeah, and I almost pissed myself laughing. It was like an outro.
Yeah, my sister showed my niece, and she's like, "Look at Ryan riding in your car."
Oh, here it comes.
I could hear Gary. He's like, oh.
You see me?
Hey.
Nope.
Okay, I see Ryan. I see Ryan.
We could hear you, Gary.
Okay.
So Gary,
Gary,
all
can
you
you
gotta
hear
do
us?
is turn your camera on.
Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there. It should be down at the bottom.
Let me,
It
It'd be a
says
little
video.
let me look.
camera shaped thing. I haven't tried Discord on an iPad, so
Yeah.
I would imagine it's probably pretty similar. Tap the screen, tap the little camera at the bottom, and you're good.
Yeah, now I see you, Mike. Now I'm seeing you guys one at a time.
Oh,
We're
okay,
popping
so
out.
there's like a little grid thing in your top right of your screen. Click on that. It's like a little 4-way grid.
Yeah, that'll make sure that like we're spread out. And then down at the bottom there's a little camera circle that says turn on camera.
Okay, Mike, call me right back. Picture call me, and
Yeah,
then I'll
Mike.
show you exactly what I'm looking at because I don't see any of those things.
Yeah, Mike, call him, and I'll talk to people.
I don't know if I can picture call you.
FaceTime. Picture call.
I don't have FaceTime though.
Oh my god, you got a poor person phone? You're an Android user?
No.
Oh my god. Everybody in the chat, please give Rattle crap for having an Android.
I don't have FaceTime. But yeah, on your screen, if you give the screen a tap, you should see in the top right corner there'll be like 4 boxes.
Okay,
Click those 4 boxes or tap them.
I just hit one of the things there, and it says, "Hold up, this link will take you."
No, don't take any links. Don't download anything.
So I'll cancel that.
Here,
Yeah.
just call him real quick, Rattle, and then I'll keep talking.
Yeah,
So,
all right. Answer some questions.
So for everybody out there, if you got any questions, I'll answer them right now. But it's pretty funny because when we started this channel, one of the things me and Rattle talked about was, Rattle, just so you know, like, I use Zoom because it was the first one I used. It was pretty easy. And then he's like, oh, no, you got to use Discord. Everybody uses Discord. And then shit like this happens. Everybody's having trouble. Cameras. First world problem.
Yeah, Zoom I use. I've done Zoom a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike, I'm on the phone with you now.
Mike just walked away.
Okay.
Keep in mind we could hear you, Gary, so for whatever you say.
Okay, I'll be nice. Okay, what I'm looking at, Mike, is here. I'm going to send you. Okay, I just sent you a text showing it.
All right, guys. Just for right now, I muted Gary just until he figures out how to get his camera on. Once he gets his camera on, I'll just unmute him. But I think there's a lot of stuff going on right now in just the overall market as a whole. And I think like the biggest thing going on right now is everybody's feelings right now for the market is, I think, even talking to Ryan, talking to Rattle, like anytime we talk about like modern market, like I think a lot of the questions people want to ask is like investing and stuff like that. And some of the questions we saw in the chat is, what are the good products to still buy? And, you know, Ryan was right when Ryan's like, honestly, I'm not going to give any sort of advice right now because I don't know what that means. I don't know how to say like what you should buy or what you shouldn't buy. So hold on. We got Gem Mint Pokemon just hopped in the Poke.
My cat's on the fucking roof.
How do I pull people into this? Cause just got somebody hopped in. Do you see who just hopped in, Ryan? To the podcast waiting room? Mike, get over here and pull whoever just hopped in.
Yeah, Michael.
Oh, Gary, we see some kind of video. Ryan, are you muted right now?
No.
Nope, you're not.
No. Nah, bro.
Yo, Zach, what's up?
Nah, bro. We don't see you, bro.
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Nope.
We could hear you.
We see you? Nope.
Can't see you. So everybody, we got Zach, Jim, and Pokemon in the building. I'm excited to hear about your trip to Worlds, Zach, when you get in here. Oh, there we go. We got Gary finally got his camera working in the vertical mode. Are you okay, Ryan? Looks like you're dying over there laughing. See, everybody. All right. So for everybody out there watching this, one of the things we've decided for this channel is we're going to kind of make this like a wild card type situation where everybody could just, there'll be certain people in this hobby who will kind of always have open invites so they could join whenever they want. And Zach is definitely one of those people who has kind of an open invite, so we won't be inviting them week to week. Like, because normally for podcasts, for videos like this, you have to track the people down. So I unmuted Gary just now. So you have to track people down sometimes and like send them an invite week to week. But there's going to be a few people who just have open-ended invites, and this is one of those guys. Is Zach Gemmett Pokemon? He has an invite that doesn't expire, and he's no longer going to get like contacted and bothered week or month to month. He just joins when he wants. But Zach, man, what's up?
Mike, can you hear me?
What's up, man? How's it going? I saw Gary was having some trouble, so I'd come in here and give him an assist. He's helped me so much over the years.
All right. Are you an iPad enthusiast? PK, you must be, since you hate Android so much.
I don't.
There must be. There's gotta be some sort of button that looks like a camera that has some arrows on it If you tap it, it'll
tell them to
change
tap the
camera.
screen. Look in the bottom right. There'll be like a little thing where you could hit it, and it will change the direction.
Yeah. Okay.
And
oh no,
Zach, old school Pokemon's hopping in too. So.
Oh man.
Oh, we got a shindig up in here.
So how was Worlds, man? I saw a couple of your Instagram stories and stuff. Looked like you had a lot of fun.
Worlds is awesome, man. It just nothing compares to it. I mean, we had 4 days of celebrating and having fun, and we were almost done with day 3 by the time Collecticon had day 1 even starting. And to me, it's like, I put Worlds above everything. I'd go there any time. It's hard to describe, but like I tell people that, there's 3 parts to every day. You have like the morning, the afternoon, and the night, and like you can participate in 2 of those parts. Doing all 3 is really, really hard. In Worlds, you constantly have people that are trying to do something in all 3 parts. And so I feel like most people that attend, you get like 4 hours of sleep every night. There's always something cool going on. And some of the stories just have to stay in London. So
no, that's fair enough. But on the more, so obviously like you have the night fun and all that stuff, and Ryan's agreeing. But traveling international, I mean, are you able to bring any stuff to trade or anything? Or are you super limited with like what you could carry on your person?
Yeah, so I get a little nervous with that. And with Worlds, I used to bring a lot of cool stuff with me, stuff that like was a little bit more expensive just to show. A lot of times it's not to sell. It's just like, hey, like you'll never get a chance to see this in person, or maybe I haven't like shared this publicly. Here you can hold this or something. But like if I went to customs and they're like, hey, you can't take this on the plane, I would just turn around and go home. You know what I mean? Like it's no brainer.
Yeah.
But I travel probably quite a bit more than probably the average person. And so like traveling internationally for me is a little bit easier. I'm very comfortable with traveling, very comfortable with like going through customs and all those things. I mean, coming back into the country, it took me probably 30 seconds to get through customs. So if you're not used to it, it can be a little inconvenient. So, but I've just kind of got everything set up to make it easy.
What's up? What's up, Nick?
What's up, Nick? How's it going?
Good. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah. You're looking beautiful, man.
Oh, you are too over there.
I missed you already.
We'll be seeing each other in a couple months.
I can't wait. I almost like want to go to Kansas City just to see you, man.
I'm not going to Kansas City, so you wouldn't see me.
Are you gonna go to Baltimore?
I'm not doing that one either. No.
Yeah.
I can't be doing events every month like you over there.
Hey, you've been to more events this year than me.
Ryan, have you met old school Pokemon before when you guys were at Worlds 2019?
I mean, I was at Worlds 2019, but I don't remember anything.
I don't think I've ever met you in
pleasure,
person.
Man. Pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I just remember me and Zach going out we went to a restaurant and we were just taking shots of tequila, so that's about it.
There goes what happens at Worlds stays at Worlds.
Hey, this is a restaurant.
Yeah. So, Nick, you just came back from Collecticon Long Beach. How did you do, all in all? Good?
I did decently well with the sales. It was a blast of a time. I had a great time. Sales wise, it was decent. I did a lot better in Charlotte, and then even Orlando was better for sales, which I kind of think it was because of our location. Orlando and Charlotte, we were towards the entrance, so everyone walked by us. Long Beach, I planned that one very last minute, so we were like way in the back corner, and I think that definitely affected how we did.
What was the biggest sale?
I did a part trade, part cash for a PSA 8 first base Blastoise. I think we did 1750. He did 750 in trade value and then 1,000 cash.
I saw you.
So that was a nice little sale.
Yeah, I saw you had a couple heavy rocket. Was it they were first edition rocket packs, right?
Yeah. Yep. First edition rocket packs. I sold a bunch of light packs. Surprisingly, for the heavies, I sold 2 heavies there. One guy pulled a dark Golbat, and one guy pulled a dark Alakazam.
Alakazam's nice.
Yeah, that was a decent pull at least. I felt bad for it was Hitmonlee Top on Instagram. who pulled the Dark Golbat. I felt bad for him there.
It wasn't the wheezing, at least, though, so...
That is true. That is true.
Could always be the old theme deck wheezing for you. What about you, Zach? Did you rip any vintage while you're over in London?
We went to Chloe's box break. She did a 99-2000 UK box break in celebration for like the UK, London Worlds. And that was a good time. We were at a bar that was playing music louder than you could like even imagine. Like we were probably 3 or 4 feet away from them, and I couldn't hear them talk during the break. But because I think the phones had noise suppression or something, I think people like on the break could hear them or something. But it was like the loudest bar. Like there were probably 3 or 4 bartenders, and there were like lines of 5 people deep, like 100 people trying to get drinks, and we're kind of like off to the side, but kind of in the middle of it. And so I mean that was kind of cool, but it was like a very interesting box break.
Dude, I love how old Gary is that Rattle's still on the phone with him right now and just can't explain like how to
he did Zoom perfectly fine.
Yeah, he did. We might have to go back to Zoom after this.
Discord's a little bit more confusing.
Yeah. It kind of is.
So, Nick, you were saying you have every single sealed theme deck display except for Skyridge and Legendary Collections. Does either Ryan or Zach own either one of those?
I know Ryan's got the Legendary Collection.
Correct.
I don't know if he has the Skyridge.
Nope. Nick had one and he sold like an asshole. Mm-hmm.
So you have a sealed Legendary theme deck?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
When did you pick that up?
Whenever Nick bought... I could probably scroll through and find out whenever Nick bought the Skyridge one.
Oh, it's the same seller? Had both?
Same seller had both, yeah.
Have you ever... Nick, you ever try to get it from Ryan or not worth it?
When he did a video, it was one of Nick's videos where he was over at Ryan's house, and when I saw he had one, I messaged him on Instagram, tried to work something out. Did not happen.
Did you?
I did, yes. That was a while back.
Yeah, I probably wasn't selling it. Yeah, I probably wasn't selling it, so it's like.
What is Zach pulling out right now? I could hear stuff. I feel like he's just gonna be like, "Oh, here's a lava deck for you guys. I just happened to pick up yesterday."
I did get some cool stuff at Worlds. I got this.
Nice.
Oh, a no stamp Electabuzz Pokemon first movie. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, the no stamp, and then also came with the Pikachu.
No stamp.
Man.
And then you got the whole set of them, which is kind of cool.
Those are very rare.
Was that set listed on eBay?
It was not. At least I don't think it was. I drove in the UK, drove to go pick it up. So that was like one of the deals we did over there. Kind of cool.
Sweet.
Do you have any of the inverted stamp ones, Zach?
I've got a set of them.
Oh, nice. I don't.
I think, but I got them a long time ago though. So.
And now I see.
That's pretty wild, though. That's I've actually never seen the no stamp versions before.
All 9 5s too. That's awesome.
Yeah, how rare is that? That's gotta be.
Only set I know of.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get it for like 2 years, and it's like I don't have any other copies of those, so like those are my only copies. Which is kind of cool.
Yeah, especially in 9 5s. I mean, you can't really beat that. So.
Yeah, another World's pickup. We got No Stage Blastoise.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
There was someone there with like 10 of them, and so I grabbed like the 5 best ones. And
why'd you grab them all?
I see all 5 of you now.
Why'd you grab them all?
Because Gary's got like little square of them, and you got to share the love.
Oh, there we go. We can see.
Oh, there we go. We got the pink thing back again.
Need to flip it around.
What's up, Gary?
Oh, God. It's got to be... he's on Discord on his iPad, right? So
Yeah,
if I'm-
he's on the iPad, so there's got to be like some button somewhere where it reverses the camera to change
Yeah.
the
Oh,
camera.
if I happen
You
to
can just tilt it.
jump into this,
Tell him
this
tell him to tilt the
Okay,
tilt it horizontal first off.
Turn it backwards and don't look at us while you talk to us.
No.
yeah, that would do it.
No, that's not the best solution though.
No.
Camera. So there's a camera here, right? So it's on the top. It's on the top of the. When you join, it's at the top. You have to tap this and click the little camera underneath your signal on your phone.
Like one of Ryan's kids
Okay,
looking
let's
up at
see.
him.
Let's see.
Okay,
let's see.
I just sent it, and there's nothing that's showing me. I tried.
Ryan's
tapping
saying
once.
it's at the top, on the top right.
It
by the
is
signal
on the
of the
top
phone.
right.
Yeah.
Top
It
right.
should be like a camera flip button.
Camera
On the top right.
tap. You got to tap the screen so like things come up, and then it should be under your signal bars.
So close. So close.
We're almost there, guys. We're almost there.
Yeah, it's just a matter of flipping my camera around. If I could flip my camera around, I'd be there.
Yeah. It should be on the top right. If you
All
tap
right.
the screen,
I'm just gonna mute Gary for a second, just so, and then Ryan or Rattle can mute himself. But so you showed the no stage Blastoise. What do you think is rarer in your opinion? You think it's a no stage Blastoise is rare or the red dot?
It just depends. I mean, I don't really collect the dot error things. I think there's a lot more of them than people think. I think there's a lot of consistent ones, but I mean, I see less red dot. I think no stage is pretty common.
But no stage is way cooler. Nobody cares about these
There it
little
is.
dots aside from you, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about rarity, I think the dots.
Okay,
probably
let me flip it.
I don't really collect that though.
There we go.
Tell him horizontal.
Oh, man.
He's upside down.
No,
Keep
you gotta
going,
put it
Gary.
down.
Keep flipping. Keep flipping.
You know
You're
what?
almost there.
You know what? We're gonna take it. It's facing the right way.
Oh, there you go. Perfect, Gary.
There we go.
Oh yes, we did it. We figured it out.
Looking good, man.
I'm so bad, huh?
Don't worry about it, man.
You made it.
I'm telling you,
I
you're
feel-
bad. Yes, you're bad.
You made it into the happy
Terrible.
hour with very little assistance. This was we got you. We got you here though.
He did. That was
I was trying to get on last night.
You were just so excited to join.
Yeah, it was a little early.
I said, "Where is everybody?"
So Gary, it's pretty funny that we have you on and we have Nick Old School Pokemon on because you've helped to single-handedly grow Nick's entire business by selling him an absolutely ridiculous amount of shadowless cards.
Yeah,
is
that's
true.
only some of them too. Yeah, I know. He got a whole bunch. He got, I don't know, 10,000 or something. I don't know. I don't remember.
It was a whole bunch of them. I don't know the exact number. I think it was around like 7,000 or 8,000. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So Gary, you opened all those booster boxes. The poll. I mean, obviously you said that's not all of them, but you're talking probably
Yeah.
close to 20,000 total, right?
Many, many, many. Yeah, that's true.
And you opened those all yourself?
Yeah. Well, me and the boys back then, me, Jay, and Devin. Yeah, but everything was always protect. Like Nick can probably tell you, everything was always mint, at least pack fresh. Mint.
Yeah.
Right, Nick?
Oh,
Pretty
yeah.
much.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
You ever miss those
Oh.
days, Gary?
I'll tell you what, it was an awful lot of fun. It really was. And I loved the shadowless at a time that no one even paid attention to them. So I used to go to Frank and Sons with my boys every Wednesday and Saturday and go through every single booth and just bought up all the shadowless from them. And remember, that was 99, so even their cards were very fresh. But I just liked the looks of them, because they looked like my first edition.
Mm-hmm.
So So I just went and I just bought all of them when nobody else was buying, even paying attention. They were just buying them like they were regular unlimited. So, and then a story I've told many times, I got 1,000 hollows just by sending pack scratched unlimited hollows back to Wizards, and then they replaced them from the replacement room, and they would send back shadowless cards. So I'd send them unlimited shadowed, and they would send me back fresh, never in a pack, shadowless hollows. So yeah, and I kept, as soon as I got those back, I said, well, wait, and I started just sending in all kinds of them, hoping to get a whole load of shadowless hollows. But that was at a time when there was no interest at all in shadowless. Not only that, but I called them. Their first name was actually No Shadow. I called them No Shadow cards. And a couple years later, when PSA finally agreed to designate them, they changed the word to shadowless.
Did you have to fight for PSA to designate them? Because you probably were one of the very first, right?
2 years. 2 years it took me to get Joe Orlando to finally designate them. And he was a semi-friend. And he said there's just it's just not something they can do. But I stayed after him for 2 years.
How many
and
did they grade as
finally, when it
unlimited
went
now?
through, I was so happy. I can't even tell you. And needless to say, I sent in a slew of cards at $4 a piece to be graded, and that's how I ended up with so many. Yeah.
Zach, when you were going after your goals, what did you feel was like tougher to get your hands on, the shadowless cards or the first edition cards? Because shadowless are tough to grade, man.
Yeah, first edition was always available, and one of my first big deals I did with Gary is, I don't know, Gary, if you remember this, but I traded you like 12 or 14 PSA 9 first edition base cards for, it was like 2 less. It was like 10 or 12 PSA 10 shadowless cards. So I got my shadowless set really just almost with one deal with Gary, which was kind of awesome.
Oh, yeah. What year was that?
That was probably 2014, maybe 2013.
Oh.
I remember I was so nervous packing something to Gary because I had such respect for him, and he had the eBay listing with the first edition base case and the 5 first edition PSA 10 base sets, and I was like, this guy knows his stuff. I gotta make sure I package it nice. So I took every card and I put a piece of cardboard between every single card, and then I saran wrapped it, then I bubble wrapped it, and I shipped it in this like brick. And he got the package. He said, "Oh, that was."
He thought it was drugs or something.
But I was so nervous to send him cards in a trade, and him be like, "Man, this guy doesn't know how to ship." Like I was so fearful of Gary telling me I didn't know how to ship cards.
That's funny.
I still don't think I got them all opened yet.
You can send them back. You can send them back, man.
You get a lifetime supply of saran wrap. Still wrapping veggies and stuff with it. Yeah.
Most of you guys know I always use saran wrap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ryan, when you were doing your big buys, like buying out collections and stuff, you ever run into shadowless boxes? Because I know Nick obviously famously got super lucky with a whole case.
Well, I've literally found eBay listings of shadowless boxes that were listed at the price of base boxes, bought both, and then there's probably someone on E4 that went to the seller, said, "Oh, you don't know what you have," and then my order eventually got canceled, and then they got sold off eBay.
Several times.
But
several times that's happened.
You know when Nick got his case though, right? Were you part of that, or that he just did
not his friend yet? I don't think.
Wasn't cool
No,
enough.
he didn't creep in my DMs yet. But yeah, like I've never had I've never been lucky enough to get a shadowless box.
Yeah.
Like it happened 3 times where I bought boxes on eBay and then they canceled.
Yeah, I had a shadowless blister and it fell apart on me. The glue.
Oh, I have shadowless blisters. Yeah, I have some of those. But
yeah, and it was light. I ended up opening it. Yeah. Whatever.
Not smart. Not smart.
No.
Never worth it.
I didn't weigh it either, which is Yeah,
even dumber.
There's a couple layers to that story. Of
Naughty
how dumb
is
that
even dumber.
Yeah,
Like I pulled in some guaranteed Shadows packs off of eBay, and I pulled a Poliwrath. Yay! I got a 10, but still.
Yeah.
I actually bought a shadowless box way back in the day off of I don't know if Gary or Zach, you gotta remember him, but Triumphant Six on eBay, Mark. He had a whole bunch of shadowless
Florida,
back in
or
the
he
day.
moved to Florida.
Yeah, yep.
He was big time. He bought more shadowless cards from me than anybody else in the world. He loved shadowless.
I can believe it because he had a ton of that stuff, and I bought a box from him. I forget how much I paid, but it had to have been under 1,000 because this was back when I was in high school. And I opened a few of the packs and then sold some loose packs as well. Wish I had kept that sealed because that's one thing I would love to own now is a shadowless box.
Something real fast about him. It was, I think, Triumph TR5.
That's what it was. Yes,
and his name was Mark. The very first designated shadowless order I got back, I had 2 Charizards in it that belonged to him, and it was the lowest serial number. I put his on top, and so he actually got the very first designated shadowless card ever given out by PSA.
Wow.
Oh wow, that's
pretty wild. And it was a Zard too, huh?
And I bet he still has it because he didn't sell a lot, you know.
So
I middlemaned a shadowless box, and UPS Customs opened it.
Ooh,
really?
Ouch!
Like jammed like in the bottom of it and like ripped it open like that, like just like viciously, just from the bottom ripped it open just to check to see if there was drugs. Probably, I would assume.
Scary. That's always scared me. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I think PokeJu ended up buying those packs eventually after I shipped them back. Yeah.
So Gary, Jake from Pokenomics has a question from you. He said, Gary, have you continued the grade more of your Watsi first editions, or are you just keeping them raw for the time being?
No, I haven't graded a card through PSA in like a year and a half until like Nick knows down in Long Beach, California, I gave them, you know, maybe 30, 40 cards or something like all high-end cards to grade through PSA. But because of the ridiculous times and dollars, I haven't graded PSA in a year and a half up until last week.
Wow.
Same. All right, guys, I'm getting off. Pleasure.
All right.
Enjoy the rest of the stream.
Take care.
Have a good nap.
We knew Ryan had to get off at 11. He turns
One
into
cat
a
comes
pumpkin.
up and he hops
I have
off.
2 cats still outside and
You got
Liverpool
a hot
play at
date,
10 a.m.
hot date in the morning.
Yeah, Liverpool game. Absolutely.
All
All
right,
right, night, guys.
Okay.
Take care.
See you, Ryan.
But no, it's pretty cool that I always enjoy these parts of the conversations when we have, like, you know, Zach and Nick and Gary, because you guys have been friends for so long, and you know, that friendship grew through business deals and stuff like that. But it's always interesting to hear, like, I don't know, like, just the beginnings when, like, how do you guys get introduced to each other? Is it just through eBay? Is it just through, like, other collectors? And what's that, like, initial reaching out to each other? Because, Gary, you've always seemed to be really accepting of a lot of people. And I think it's probably was a lot easier in the past because maybe not as many people reached out to you as maybe they do today. I'm sure now you could feel, like, overwhelmed, but back then it was probably a lot less. Have you felt that it's changed a lot?
Yeah, I can tell you this. Dan and Nick, they've always been way much more friends than dealing partners and stuff. They've always been really good friends. In fact, a lot of the deals I make, I'm sure you realize I don't have to make a lot of deals unless I want to. And the only reason I want to is if it was, you know, like what I did with Nick. I sure didn't have to sell any commons, uncommon, shadowless. But and I think I might have done a nine tails or two. I'm not sure, but I never had to sell them, but I did. I did because I know how much he loves those things. And the same thing with Scott. I must have sold him 10 or 20,000 first edition base cards. And it's only because we've been friends for so many years, since 2008 with Scott, that it was just because of who I was dealing with that I did it. And I think Nick and I probably go back to 2008, don't we, Nick? Or is it before that? Or
no, it might have. It's probably a little bit later because I know I got back into it in 2009.
Okay, we had to have talked.
2010.
Yeah, well, we had to have talked in 2009.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, there's still actually
and Nick.
Sorry.
I wish I got back in 2000.
So there's
Dan,
still a
I
shred
don't
of
know
hope
when
Scott's coming on tonight. So if everybody out there watching this, we might make magic happen twice by getting Scott on. It's going to be a very small chance.
I heard Scott had a hot date with some. He said he was going to touch some grass, but maybe when he's done touching grass, he'll come back to the Pokemon reality of introversy.
Yeah, but we might get Scott on, guys, tonight. But we're gonna get Cam and James from Z&G Emporium on tonight too. They're hopping in, but James had like some stuff he had to do with his kids and stuff before, and they're on Arizona time, so it's only like 7:00 there. It's still kind of early-ish. But
well, tell Cam to get in here. He was in the chat a while back ago.
Yeah. So Gary, I'm a big Raichu collector, and that's just my favorite card growing up. It's what I've owned the most of. And are you still sitting on a bunch of Raichus? Because I'm gonna be at the Denver Collecticon. It's gonna be the first Collecticon I will ever be to.
Oh,
and
very cool.
I would love.
You're in for a treat.
I would love to work out a deal with you for one of your Raichus. I don't care if it's unlimited, shadowless, first edition. I do not care, but just so I feel like I need to be in this group of people that have worked out a deal with Gary King Pokemon.
We'll see. I'll tell you this, Denver's really shaping up. They're not sold out yet, but it is a couple months away. And after what happened in Long Beach, I'm sure like Nick can attest to, it was an absolute zoo on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah,
it was the first time Sunday totally filled up. Fire marshals, were on the scene, and I mean, it's grown so much. It's just absolutely insane. It really is. How do you do Sunday, Nick?
I was actually really surprised. Saturday was pretty slow for us. Sunday was when we did all of our sales.
Okay.
Which normally it's the opposite. Normally I do really good on Saturday, and then Sunday's kind of slow. But this show was like the complete opposite.
Okay. Was your location good?
No, we were like, because I didn't know if I wanted to go to Long Beach until after Charlotte, so I kind of booked last minute. So we were like way in the back. Which normally we get a table right in the front, which is prime real estate there. And that's what we're going to be doing for Denver. We're right towards the entrance, which will be nice.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy to hear that like Sunday was better.
Yeah, I think it's also because Saturday, like Gary was saying, the show was packed. You could hardly walk around. So I think there was just like so many people there that it was tough to for people to look at each individual table because it was like wall to wall people.
It was real hard for me too because the day before on Thursday I broke my ankle and my foot. And so I was on a walker trying to fit this walker down those aisles, and there was just nowhere to go. There was nowhere to go. It was really, really too much.
Zach, how many Collecticons you been to?
I've been to all of them except for Dallas, and then I'd skipped Long Beach because of Worlds. I actually canceled Dallas the day before just like I would have gone to that too. But all the way back to the very first one when, just a few of us were nervous about COVID and all this stuff coming up. But like hearing all the stories about Long Beach, I kind of want to hear more of them because I heard there was like a 2.5 hour wait to get in on Saturday. I heard it was like wall to wall, and I kind of want to hear more because like that sounds nuts. And I talked to the people who run it a couple times, and I was like, so like, what's your max capacity? How many tickets you gonna sell? And they kind of made it seem like there wasn't really a way to sell out of tickets. Like they were gonna just sell as many as you want to buy. And they when they announced on Saturday that they had sold out, I was like, oh my gosh, like they must have sold a lot of tickets because I don't think they were planning to cap it at all.
No, yeah, we got shut down. They wouldn't let any more tickets be sold. But any of my friends, of course, I was able to go get them, and so any of my friends I was able to. And if that were to ever happen to any of you guys at any Collecticon, you just got to tell me. But I'd like to greet the line. I go out to the line before it opens, like 8 in the morning or 8:30 in the morning, and I just walk up and down the lines, meeting people and shaking hands and taking pictures, because the line is absurd and nobody likes waiting in line, and so I've ever since the first Collecticon, I've always made it a point to get there an hour early and just talk to everybody in line, the VIP line and then the general admission line. And it kind of makes it go a little bit faster for everybody. And I like doing it. It's probably my favorite part, is greeting the lines in the morning.
Yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of people excited to see you. First time they get to see you, and seeing Gary's real and he's big. What's up, Akira? How's it going?
Hello.
Hey, Kira.
How's it going?
You got a chocolate egg? You got a magical egg?
Yeah. She's missing one. Okay, bye.
Bye. I'll see you.
She's missing one of those eggs. I gotta get
Kinder egg.
Yeah. And so anyway, the line thing is bad, but I think I enjoy meeting everybody in line. So I think that helps. I really do.
I think I would probably even enjoy the line as long as I had good company. Like if you guys were in line with me and we were waiting in line, you had people to talk to, you were excited to meet people that were from out of town or from like other parts of the country or continent or whatever.
Yes.
And you want to get there early because you want to spend the whole day if you're there for that.
Yeah. I was at the
it's shocking how many D Bruce shirts there are in line. It's unbelievable.
Everyone was wearing one of his shirts.
Whether Metazoo or Pokemon.
Were you handing them out, Gary?
No, I wasn't. No, they're like $60, $70 each. So
he had quite the line for autographs too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. Yes. But it was fun. I'm hoping Mike can get down for one of them. If not Kansas City, then probably Denver's better.
I think Denver's probably better.
Denver.
Yeah, I think so.
A single person going to Kansas City.
We'll have a live podcast in Denver. Hammer drunk.
Yeah, let's do that for sure.
Are we allowed to drink in the venue?
Yeah.
On the podcast?
Uh-oh.
There we go.
For stage performance only.
Every Collecticon, I've seen someone with a case of beer in there, and they're always passing them out.
Awesome. Nick will have a booth set up, so we'll just set up the podcast behind Nick's booth, and we'll drive in all the buys.
All right, Nick, it's completely on you to have everything set out. We need microphones, we need a little round table.
And we'll have some Bud Lights, or as
there we go. Sponsored by Bud Light.
Yeah.
Oh, can you imagine that sponsorship?
Are you?
One day, Sapporo will reach out to me. I'm confident.
Mm-hmm.
Are you coming to Denver, Ray?
I would like to. Not confirmed.
That's going to be the one to go to.
Because this podcast is not sponsored by Collecticon. But with that said, Collecticon, feel free to reach out to myself or Rattle on Instagram.
Or
and we will stop shilling your stupid convention.
Yeah, I know. I've been trying. I've been trying to get Rattle in, trying to get something going with Mike and Scott, and they're so filled up. You know, they're so packed with everything that if this would have been the first one or two, I would have been able to. But now it's almost like they don't need me anymore. And I already told them I'm not going to sit at one of those booths anymore just to sign autographs and that and take pictures. I want to roam. I want to move around. So just like Nick knows, this time I did that. I just walked the floor as well as I could with my leg. And
I'm sure if you're still walking the floor and someone stops you and wants you to sign something or wants to chat for a second, you're going to anyway. So it's just
100 times. It happened 100 times. I was more than happy to do that. Oh, absolutely.
Just put like a billboard or something up.
Yeah,
right. Or have somebody like walking around with a sign, be like,
"Ask me."
Yeah, Gary's here.
Oh no, they all know. They all. Yeah, I got stopped 100 times, and that's perfectly. That was my whole purpose, because I wanted to see everybody's booths and that, and I never get to. I never have time because they forced me to move from here to a panel, and on and on. And so I really enjoyed myself this time.
So in the chat, we have a great question, and Jim kind of started to answer, but it brings up a better question. Somebody was asking if he had seen the prices of PSA 8 no symbol cards. Now, Zach, I got to know, so why did you go after, one, no symbol cards like you did? And number two, why did you go after Expedition Mews the way you did? Because you really made the Expedition Mew market really hard on a lot of people.
I only have one Expedition PSA 10 Mew right now, so I don't have any control over that market. I'm not in that market anymore. Oh. I think it's a gorgeous card. It's if you look at like all the metrics and you think like, older rare mint are better, and you think about popular Pokemon, like list the top 10 most popular Pokemon, think about the movies, think about all the nostalgia, the video games, and then think about how many pack pulled Mews you can have that aren't promos. It's not a movie promo. It's literally a Mew that comes out of a pack that's a holo. Expedition's the only Mew you can pull, with the Watsi, brand, the Watsi era. Post Watsi, there are more. People are always quick to correct me with that. But in the Watsi era, the Expedition Mew is the only one you can pull. There's 32 holos. You can open 3 boxes and not pull one. So to me, it was just such a beautiful card. I think the low pop is kind of just a random sort of thing that happened. I don't think I ever really expected it, but I was buying them up to like $500 a piece, and then I started passing on them when they were over 500, and
that's when I started buying them. So that's why I want to shill these Mews at this point.
Every copy I sold was 5 figures, so. Basically over 10 grand.
Mine's aren't 10s, so that I think that's a big caveat right there.
Yeah, I see mine go like $700-800 sometimes. Yeah. I'm like, that's still a beautiful car. That shouldn't be an $800 card. That's a nice one.
Yeah. You're right. It's an extreme, and the thing about Expedition is beautiful is you get them in the holos and the reverse holos, and the reverse holos for those can be just as rare, if not rarer, because it's such a large set. So. That weird nuance.
I still have some Mewtwo's. I bought some Mewtwo's as well. They were always like 20-30% less than the Mews. I don't think I really ever sold any of my Mewtwo's, but I never had as many as the Mews.
Yeah.
So I've got them somewhere in storage. I don't know where they're at.
Yeah. I always liked the Mewtwo because I always felt like he was trying to jump out of the card, with like his hands up like that. Yeah.
It's like Thor, with the lightning coming out. It's just just an excellent way to do that artwork. It's stunning. Sometimes the art just speaks to you a little bit more than other cards, and I think there's something to be said with, kind of chasing that stuff.
Definitely. Gary, what did you open for late e-reader stuff? Because obviously you were going hard at base set, but did you open like one of every box at least for all of Watsi, or did you? Was there like a stop point for you?
Yeah. Opened up everything. Opened up everything from Watsi. The only thing I saved was sealed was first edition and shadowless. everything else I just open like crazy all the way through, and because it's hard to think back that 20 years what I was thinking at the time, but it was more a thing where it was what we enjoyed opening together with my sons, and what we needed cards because we like to build multiple sets. So, and some of those sets, were real difficult, like Sky Ridge, and they were tough to build multiple sets of. So we opened tons of boxes. But I think everybody's got to realize that they compared to today, they were cheap. They were a lot cheaper back then, and they weren't cheap, and there was a premium, but nothing like today.
So this might be a good question for you. I mean, obviously, I know you never had like a agreement with a distributor, but do you know what was like distribution pricing for Watsi boxes? Was it $69, or is it what it is today at like $84?
Yeah, I don't remember those numbers. I did know at one time. I used to go into Wizards of the Coast, and just to purchase boxes, and I was able to get half a trunk full of boxes. I think I paid maybe in the $60 range for those early sets. For the Team Rocket, Jungle, Fossil.
You went and picked them up from Watsi directly?
Yeah. I would go there. I had a good friend who lived close by, and so I was able. I got to know them. We were on real. You have to understand, in the very beginning of 1999, I was real good friends with them, and I had a relationship with Media Factory. So because of that relationship, I was able to get a little bit of special consideration, and then Media Factory basically threw me out because they saw that the English sets, the English cards, were gonna zoom, and they didn't want to share any of that monies with foreigners. Basically, they're real tight knit. That Japanese company, they wanted to deal just amongst themselves. They were okay with me risking stuff early on, but they wanted to, once they saw it was a success, they basically threw me out and wanted nothing more to do with me. But during that little time period, the beginning of 1999, I would get some special consideration. So it's not like anybody could walk in and they would give boxes up. It was only because of my relationship with Media Factory. But again, that didn't last very long.
No, I think this podcast is good to just be able to pick your brain and have it saved on the internet somewhere. So when people watch this, because you are in a way like a time capsule of a time in the hobby that, if we were involved in that, we were kids, right? We were in 5th, 6th grade when you were doing what you were doing. So the levels that we were doing Pokemon versus what you were doing, my mom wasn't loading up her trunk at Watsi. I'll put it that way, So
yeah.
So
I'm right there with you.
Yeah, it's good to be able to save this in the annals of Pokemon, or however you want to put it,
And I'll tell you what, if you ever get Birdman, Eddie Brenneschultz, and me together, you would hear some stories.
Well, we're trying, Gary. We're trying.
Gary, can we get him on Discord?
I doubt it.
It's almost like you would have you'd have to have somebody there to hold his hand to get him into it, to do it. A funny story. Maybe some of you saw it, but I was doing an interview with Scott, and this is quite a number of years ago. And in the middle of my interview with Scott, he was here at my house. And in the middle of that interview, Eddie, I talked to him 4 or 5 times a week, right? He called me in the middle of my interview with Scott. With Scott. And And then I said, listen, you mind if I put you on speaker? So he knew Scott well, and Eddie said, okay. And we had a 3-way conversation with Scott, Eddie, and I on an interview. And that's on one of Scott's earliest interviews. So it's there somewhere. But that was interesting.
That one.
Yeah, that was really interesting, and it was fun. He doesn't come on mainly because he doesn't know how to. Well, he's worse than me.
Maybe that will be a goal for either next month or following month, where we'll try to get him on. We'll get his grandkid to come to his house. His grandkid will set up the tablet for him and be like, "This is how you press 2 buttons."
Or if there's an event that he can get to, maybe can we get him to Denver?
He made it to Worlds in 2019. That was awesome. Yeah, he drove to Worlds and showed up a day late, and yeah, that I know. I think Dan was there.
Break down or something.
And Zach and Nick. I think they were all there.
So I want to say
that was an awful lot of fun.
I want to say he showed up with a bunch of slabs because if I remember correctly, Zach, you were the one that made a video showing what he brought, and so very rare to have you be speechless as you're just looking at somebody else's collection. And I remember during the video, you're like, "There's too much. Like, I don't know what to show you guys." You were like flipping through slabs, but you were like speechless. Like, there's so much here that I can't show you in this very short video. Like, you were speechless. So
he has a phenomenal collection. Beautiful conditions. He's a huge Japanese fan, of course, with the Japanese promos and that. He competed for many years, like from 2007 and 8 with Scott for a lot of those cards. And in fact, I know one card was, I don't know if I should even say this, but there was one card in Florida that Eddie had a deposit down on. It was like a Secret Super Battle 1 or something, a major card. Had a deposit on, and he was just waiting to get up the rest of the money to buy it. And in the meantime, Scott drove to Florida and bought it out from under him. And then Eddie got refunded, and so Eddie and Scott were kind of on the outs for a while, and but that's that's over now. But that just tells you there's all kinds of stories like that, and
it's a long hobby. These type of interviews are great because I think sometimes we lose sight a little bit when we talk about Pokemon, and there's so many new people joining this hobby, but the new people joining this hobby, like, there's a very strong likelihood a lot of these people will be around now for the long term, right? So long term could be the next decade plus, and it's super, super important that people know these stories because it's just like when you go to school, like you go to history class and everyone says, "Why do you go to history class?" History is important to learn. So 1, you learn from your past, but number 2, you never make the same mistakes twice, stuff like that. Like, in order to know the backstory of this hobby is so vitally important, but the only problem is that information is held by very few people, and you being one of them, Gary. So to be able to have you on, to be able to pick your brain, it's fun. It's exciting.
Well, if we could get somebody down to Bethpage. He lives in Bethpage, New York. Get somebody down there who can, because he's the nicest guy in the world. He's as nice as can be, right? It's just that he doesn't know how to do this stuff, and he's got little aging. He's not as old as I am, but he's not far off. He has little aging issues, physical problems and that. But if we could just get him on here, I mean, it would be really, really memorable. Does anybody know anybody that lives in that part of New York? Or because he would do it if I asked him to. If I said someone's going to come and set you up, and we're going to talk, I mean, he's so nice, he would do it.
Yeah, Eddie's a good guy. I think you just got to set realistic goals. And, we were trying to get him to come to Worlds, and I don't think he showed up until like the last day or something.
Right.
Yeah, he got there like Sunday morning.
Yeah. And
Nick he won't fly. He wanted to drive. He won't fly.
Yeah.
So he drove, and he drove all night, and he got there a day and a half late. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so Nikki and I got to like 8 a.m., Sunday morning, just want to be, up and early and just there on time. And Nick, do you want to tell the story of when we first met him and talked to him? And
yeah, you guys went to his room or something, right?
Yeah.
We went to his, met him in his hotel room. And I remember, like, it was a long time. I have a terrible memory, but all I remember is like we walk into his hotel room, talk for like a minute or two, and then he just starts pulling out just boxes and boxes of slabs. It was absolutely insane, and it just kept getting like better and better and better. The stuff that he was pulling out, it was
10 Lucky Stadium. I mean, when was the last time one of those was for sale?
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
I want to say I remember he had the. I want to say he had a scroll with him too, because I remember. I think that was like the first. I want to say it was him. I remember it was someone at Worlds, but that was the first time I ever saw that card in person.
Those Master Scrolls have come up a lot lately, but in the history of this hobby, they're pretty rare.
Oh yeah,
I like those. I don't know why, but I've always liked those. I've liked the look of them.
Those are for all the Cosmos Hollow junkies.
Oh yeah.
They just want to see Cosmos Hollow everywhere.
Yeah.
But don't want to put acetone on a card.
Yeah. It's like the Salamence Cosmos Hollow from EX Dragon. Like, everybody just likes that one freaking card for some reason.
Yeah. Any video with like suggestions of like what should Pokemon do is just Cosmos Hollow.
Yeah.
Not just the promos, everything. Cosmos everything.
Yeah, Eddie and I did a ton of business together. Even though we would talk every night on the phone for hours, we still did a lot of business. And I would sell on Yahoo auctions. Back then I was like 2,000 rated on Yahoo USA, before it ended. And Eddie would sell on eBay, and things that weren't selling for me or him, we'd go together on, and we'd list for each other. And we just did so many things like that, and all of it remotely. And I mean, you talk about good memories. That's why I would love to get him on one of these. And I mean, it would just go on and on and on.
Nick, was it you that told the story where one time you had like done a pretty decent graded return from PSA, and you listed all your cards, and then Birdman messaged you on eBay and was like, "You need to chill the fuck out with grading all these cards. You're about to destroy like what I've been working on." That's
Eddie.
Is that a true story or what?
Yeah, that was one of my first grading returns. I remember I opened one of the 2-player starter deck display cases. Sent all the Machamps in to be graded, and then when they came back from grading, because back then eBay was so small, the only people with graded cards were Gary and Ed. I went to go list them on eBay. I don't know much at all about Pokemon selling or anything like this at this point. So I see that Ed is selling the Machamp for, say, I don't know the pricing, say $50. And I was like, oh, sweet, my cost on this card's like $10. I can undercut him wicked and still do well. So I priced mine at like 25, say, and within a couple hours of me listing that, I got a message from him, and he was fuming about how I undercut him so much, and how Gary and him were trying to build up the graded market, because back then there was no graded market. Everything was binders.
You would type in PSA Pokemon, and there'd be 20 results, and they'd all be all Eddie's and mine.
So yeah,
so there was no market.
This is a different conversation. This is
when you barely have to hit next.
Yeah,
next.
And
no, I remember being able to type in Pokemon, sort highest to lowest, and basically scroll all the way down to like $100.
Right.
Yeah, this is a different story of like. This is, it's a good conversation because it's like, what's market manipulation versus what's not, and then what is building a market too. And it's a very fine line of market manipulation versus building a market, because when you're growing something out of nothing, it's going to look like market manipulation, but it's a different time, right? Like it's so hard to equate for people that weren't part of it, and I was not part of it. So even for me, it's hard to like articulate how that is. But from the outside looking in, it's history though, and I think history needs to be remembered, and that's the most important thing. Because it's so long. I think, that's so long ago.
Oh yeah.
Pokemon was on a real decline at that point. It was on a real decline, and Eddie and I would talk for hours about trying to figure out ways to put some life into Pokemon again, thinking that on the trend it was just going to disappear, and it meant so much to a certain number of us, that we would talk for hours, try to figure out how can we revive this? How can we, turn the market around? And we decided that we could do that with grading, with PSA. And so we started grading cards. Of course, it cost a few bucks. There was time. You would get fair grades, and people were selling. Like those Machamps might only be worth $5, but you could get $20 for them. But if a graded copy that was definitely mint or gem mint was worth $40, $50 at the time, if you could get it. And then by selling it for $20, it would totally ruin that concept. It would take away the reason for doing it. And so, so I could see Eddie. Now, I never did that because, most of the time I didn't care. I just, because I hated to sell. I loved my collections. I loved stockpiling them and that. But yeah, Eddie needed to sell. He had to sell just to make just to pay his bills. So yeah, we ran into that a few times. In that case with Nick, some cases are kind of justified. Others weren't in that. But, that's just all part of the story, part of the growth.
Yeah. Hey, Gary, one time you were talking about how you graded a lot of the Charizards and stuff, and most of the Pop Reports probably y'alls and things. I remember you told me around how many you thought. It was you, it was Eddie, and then it was I'll leave the other guy unnamed for now, but that you guys all graded X amount. Do you mind sharing that number?
Well, Eddie and I have decided that out of the 120 some odd PSA 10 first
121
Charizards,
121, yeah.
Oh, okay, still 121.
Hasn't changed.
Eddie and I probably graded 70 to 75 of them. So that's pretty much him and I agreed on.
And another fun fact, another fun fact you shared at one point is there was one point in time you had X number on hand at once. And do you remember what that number was? That were owned by you guys, at the three of you at one time. Just because you were buying.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure who you mean by the third one. Do you actually know the name of that person?
Are you allowed to share that name of that person?
Huh?
I know his name. I know his occupation. I know his eBay name. But there were three of you guys that kind of were It's sort of a partnership of.
His first name's Steve.
Probably.
Probably.
I don't
Okay.
want to say anything. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, we had a kind of a third partner in the first year, in the very, very beginning. We had one partner, and he was able to bring a lot of the Japanese cards from from Japan, and so we would help him by listing them on Yahoo and on eBay, and a lot of these lifelong friends I made was through those Japanese sales, and so that's the only person I can think of. I mean, I don't know why he's not a secret. This guy's name was Steve Gordon. He passed away. He passed away like in 2003, something like that. But he's the only really third partner, if you can even call him a partner, that I can think, unless I'm totally forgetting something.
Yeah, this guy was on the East Coast. I could probably say the city and you'd know, but I don't know. It's okay.
Oh.
That's okay. You don't have to, but
yeah.
But either way, Gary, what Zach's kind of getting at is at one point you guys had how many like Charizards that you knew of where they were located out of the entire PSA 10 population, more or less, right?
Okay, for first edition base.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I found an old spreadsheet a few years ago, and Eddie and I were laughing about it because I was going over the numbers, and this was the ones that him and I owned together. And it was probably about 40 of the PSA 10s, something like that him and I owned together, and then I own my own. And I think he owns some of his own, maybe not that many, maybe just a couple. And then the nines, we usually sold them right off, the 8s and the 9s, because they were all out of boxes. So they all had a good chance to be 9s at least. And I think that's about accurate. If I could find that spreadsheet again, it's somewhere on my phone. That's about the right number. So about that.
So this is a conversation a lot of people have had. I think me and Rattle have talked about this on a previous podcast. Is like the PSA Pop Report and how many of because when you look at the Charizard, there's actually a lot of Charizards graded in comparison to other cards. Like I mentioned, I'm a Raichu collector. There's 87 PSA 10 first edition Raichus and 121 Charizards. But when you look at the PSA 9 population of Charizards, it's extremely high. So the conversation has been and forever will always be, how many of those 9s were constantly cracked, submitted to PSA trying to get 10s? Because to say that number is 0 is a lie.
Oh, no, for sure. Well, I can tell you this, that we had so many of them that Eddie and I never cracked any. We never had any reason to, because we had so many to submit. We had dozens of boxes. We would get many of them. So him and I, to my knowledge, never cracked any of these cards. But remember, these go back well over a decade ago, and cracking wasn't that big of a deal back then. Now, the only thing close was that I took a whole bunch of mine to Beckett's, to see if I could cross them over to Beckett 10s, and without cracking them. And none of them crossed over for whatever reason. And but as far as cracking those cards, never did it. I remember I had one that had a dent in the top. And I'll never forget how bad I felt that when I sold that, because there was a PSA 10 that they missed the dent. And the guy got it, and he was a real good customer at the time. And he said, well, there's a dent at the top. I said, are you serious? And it had to be true, right? So, Yeah, Eddie and I never cracked cards between him and me, and I don't think he ever cracked cards. Maybe he did. I don't know.
Because I feel like it has to be a lot because the population is so like heavily skewed with way too many 9s.
I'm sure there's been people
Yeah,
that have tried.
With the value difference between a 9 and a 10.
Oh yeah,
and even if you look at the Illustrator 10 where it's been resubmit, like the value difference even back then when it happened, and the cost of grading, especially back then, if you're paying $4 or $5 a card to grade your card, and the difference is huge, even if you resubmit it 10 times, you're still making a ton of money if eventually it comes back a grade higher.
And you're only having to wait 2 or 3 months.
Yeah. Versus now, if you get it back a year, and you got to pay an insane amount because it's a valuable card.
We got an imposter waiting. This is James.
Oh, you want to bring Z and G in?
Sure.
Here, somebody wants to stick her head in just to say hi.
Hey, Kara.
Hey,
Oh.
Twan.
Hey, Twan.
What's up, Twan? How's it going?
Okay.
Hey there. Good to see you.
They're going to bed. So.
Oh man.
Good night, guys.
No, open that.
Okay.
Good night, you guys.
Bye. Good night.
Bye. Good night. 5 mints and a flying saucer.
Okay.
Flying saucer.
Okay, but tomorrow, okay, let's go.
I appreciate that Gary's still like good.
We got the
family man.
loungers. The loungers.
Oh my
Oh boy, we
gosh.
got both of them.
I feel like we're purposely going to get the legs up in the air for this.
I feel like
Started to show up.
poor Cam had to
The
like stay
lungs-
at work
the lung-
super long tonight on a Friday night.
Bye.
Cam, I hope you're getting paid still by the hour for staying late for this podcast.
That.
No, he has to sleep in that chair. You know that.
Yeah.
Fine, move this out of the way.
James locks him up until like the next podcast. He's like, "All right, you go back in your cell."
Hold on. We're gonna have to crop out or put something over top of those shorts. I feel like it's only a matter of time before we see a nut.
So you guys all know James and Cam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Met Cam for the first time last weekend.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, Nick.
Can you guys hear us well, by the way? I want to
No, it sucks. What's wrong with your volume? Don't you have like multiple?
Hold on. Was that a little better?
That's
No,
much
is that a little better?
Yeah, way better.
Okay.
That is better?
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
we can
Yeah.
hear you both now.
All right. Sounds good. Nick, what's Nick drinking?
What's
You know?
He's drinking water.
He's drinking.
I have a nice ice water.
Me too. That's what both of us love to drink.
Yeah.
So, how was your guys' first Long Beach experience? I know you're hanging out with Nick a little bit, and he didn't bring pins, and we'll definitely talk about that.
I have no clue why I didn't bring pins. Honestly, it probably would sold better than a CGC
$5
junk.
cash. I had $5 cash waiting for a pin.
I know. I did too. I had $10 ready to go for a garbage pin that he had. But yeah, it was pretty good. It was. I think we said what a CGC 8. Maybe
Yeah, it was
a
like a
6.5.
Yeah. It was like fine. Like I really want to go back. It's hard to explain. I don't know. It was like it kind of sucked, but like I really want to go back and do it again, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was really crowded. It was nice to meet people though, not
Yeah.
just on the internet. But
Yeah.
so that was good. But yeah, a lot of overpriced stuff.
Yeah.
Of overpriced stuff.
It's like everything that you look at is like 20% at least above market.
Sometimes like
A lot of stuff was
3 times.
over 10. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was. I just don't get why people would bring stuff to a convention and they, I guess, don't want to sell it.
Just grossly overpriced.
I don't really understand that.
Yeah.
Like business.
It just makes me like not want to negotiate.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
like if you have something that's like worth 5,000, they have it listed for 12,000. It's like I'm not even gonna try, at that point.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
It was fun.
And a little backstory for everybody out there, real quick. When we make the joke about the pins, so Nick Old School Pokemon made a big deal with Rusty TCA Gaming, traded them 2 first edition blister packs for a shitload of Pokemon pins, like Worlds pins, Pokemon League pins. You
might
name
be
it.
an understatement, honestly.
Yeah. So the joke is Rusty traded Nick like a ton of work. Like honestly, Nick's probably made out dollar amount wise, but Rusty made out with he had a big bag of pins laying underneath a cabinet somewhere, and Nick just bailed them out by giving him 2 first edition blister packs.
I saw that thrown them away, but they were too heavy.
Yeah, I saw that video, Nick. Yeah, I know you cashed in.
What's Gary's opinion?
Oh yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I have a big sack full of pins also.
Competition. Gary, let's talk.
I'll trade you some boost.
I don't even know what they all went to. There's probably no super rare ones. I don't know.
I mean, there might be.
I have a whole bunch. If Nick ever gets out this way, certainly I'll show them to him. Maybe there's a good one in there.
U-Hauls.
Me and Zach are going to have to plan another Vegas trip at some point.
Yeah, that's right.
I feel like they might not like it if you take those on an airplane.
Probably not.
They're just a garbage bag full of pins.
Nick, if you want to go to Vegas tomorrow, I'd go. If you want to go tomorrow, I'd buy your plane ticket.
Jeez.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to see.
Yeah. I mean, Gary didn't even know those pins were worth anything until Nick did that. He's like, "What?" And he's like finding them in his drawers. He's like, "You know,
I think I threw those away."
Gary's like, I got $15,000 worth of pins. Who would have thought?
Oh, I doubt that. But who
How
knows?
many pins are there?
Maybe a bag maybe enough to overfill a hat. So I'm not sure.
Overfill.
No, I don't know if you're flying in.
Crazy unit of measurement.
Have some of those really gone up a lot?
An overfull hat.
They're not worth a ton individually. I'm getting like $4 or $5 a piece on them.
Yeah, like people want specific Pokemon from like older stuff.
Yeah.
There's pin collectors out there. There's coin collectors.
Oh yeah.
There's just less of them.
honestly, which is weird. I honestly think that pin was a better thing than Nick also bought like a crap ton of like stamp, like not stamp. It was like stamp books. Or something.
Oh, no, that was a
books?
toss in with the all the coins that I bought.
Okay, fine. Yeah, with the coins.
I guess tried buying Pokemon cards.
Yeah, right.
That could probably do well for you.
What are cards?
Yeah, buying anything but Pokemon cards in the Pokemon card market.
I've asked Rusty about the pin collection privately too, and Rusty just kind of never gives me a straight answer. He's always like, and then he's like, next question.
It was funny. Because he did a video way back when he had the card shop, and he was trying to sell all his pins at that point. Or no, he was trying to trade all his pins at that point for some booster boxes.
Why not?
And I messaged him at that point asking if he'd sell them because I didn't have any Watsi boxes at that point, and he said, "I don't think I want to sell them. I just want to trade them right now." And then so I'd message him like every 6 months to a year saying if he was looking to sell them, and it was always no. And then when what was his name? Rusty's nephew did like a collection room tour, and they were going through everything. And they got to the pins, and I messaged Rusty again saying, "Last time, do you want to get rid of your pins, free up some space?" And he said, "Yeah, we can try and work something out." And so we agreed to the blisters and the theme deck case for all the pins. So it took a couple years, but I finally got them.
Congratulations!
Yeah, congrats. You know, I'll stop making fun of you now that I know that it was a year-long process. You know.
Yeah, imagine
the amount of effort
for this thing that you want for years. Everyone just shits on you for it. Man, this was a grind.
You mark it on your calendar. Yeah, I gotta remind Rusty that I want his pins.
Yeah, what I thought was that he, Nick offered that, and Rusty literally could not run fast enough to get them. He's like he sees the email.
I want
and he's
to.
running.
I would pay $100 to see the text interaction. I just want to see how like the negotiation was.
How much of their total conversation was just about the pins?
Yeah.
Back and forth about the pins. Hey, so it's been 6 months. Your pins, I still want them.
He probably thought that when you said 2 blisters in a theme deck case, he was probably like, he thought that he was getting one of those. No, all 3. He was like, Jesus.
That's so funny.
So how was your guys' Collecticon experience past that? I mean, it was the first one you guys ever been to, correct?
Yeah.
I mean,
it was
me. I was only there a day.
Yeah, you were just there for Saturday.
Yeah, just there for Saturday. You know, at least we had to get back. It takes a lot longer to drive with a 2-year-old. A lot of stops along the way. So yeah, I left on Sunday, but Saturday, you know, I was mainly actually just shadowing you, watching you struggle mightily trying to sell. He had a backpack.
I put up a fierce fight.
He had a backpack full of like 140 CGC junk slabs. And he's like, this is easy. This is gonna be easy.
How many 8.5s in that book bag?
There were honestly like a lot of perfect 10s and pristine 10s. They were just like Japanese baby shinies, like stuff that like who's really looking for like a Copper perfect 10. Like I couldn't find a single person that would ever want that.
Yeah. So he kept going to each booth, and it was like, John, your friend was like, this was like the clown meme where it's like you're painting your face as a clown, the deeper it goes down.
Yeah.
So
I started so confident. I'm like the first booth I talked to, like I'm giving them like a good offer. Like the cards suck, but like I'm asking 50% of what it's worth.
Yeah.
Which is like they were worth like just over $27, and I wanted like not even like half that. But it just wasn't working. So I spent like hours on Saturday just drenched in sweat trying to find anyone willing to take my junk slab.
Super hot in there, just tons of people. He has this extremely heavy book bag. He can't find anybody to take it. And it's just I just liked following along and following him just decay, you know, rapidly.
I respected Basic Trainer too much to even ask if he wanted my stuff.
Yeah, you didn't.
I just went up to strangers.
Why do I picture like the masked salesman from Zelda? He's just got this giant book bag of junk slabs.
Yeah. Like most people, because like there was like good stuff in there, but a lot of it, like I said, it was just like modern CGC like 9.5s and stuff that like no one's looking for it exactly.
Yeah.
But there was like, I mean, everyone is like, well, I'll take these tiers. You have 4 of those. I'll take those off. Yeah, everyone wants these.
Yeah.
Like back.
Yeah.
But
you started going whatnot streamers, and even they were
whatnot streamer that was so rude. He was like, I couldn't sell this for $2. I'm like, okay, come on.
Well, come on, you do a little
even the temporary grading companies can sell a $2 slab.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could sell literally air for
it'll be $10 value.
Yeah,
mystery box.
It really.
Why didn't I see you guys there?
Hey, I said, hey, Gary, and you said, what's up? And you patted me on the shoulder.
Oh, okay.
It was a deep interaction, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were busy. You were swarmed.
Yeah, you were swarmed by people.
By raving
if Gary's
fans.
happy to see you, he'll give you a full back massage.
Next time.
Yeah.
Right.
Gary also looked like he was just putting up a fight with the one leg with all the people around. You know? So
I don't envy it.
Broken foot, ankle.
Yeah.
You know,
You know what? I never forget to put your car into park.
Yeah, I'll remember that.
That's how this happened. I forgot to put it in park, so I opened the door and I stepped out, and the truck started rolling backwards and knocked me down, and my ankle got under my front left tire and broke my ankle and foot. But
broke
the next day I was in Long Beach, though, so that showed a little
true
heart.
fighter.
I didn't hear the story on that. That's
still
wild.
showed up.
That's what, Rattle? What is him forgetting to put his car in park and breaking his ankle? What was that?
The wild.
Wild. Yeah, that's a way.
It was wild, all right. I'll tell you, it hurt. And you know what's funny? I just the day before I filled my tires up, and so it couldn't have been fuller.
What does this mean? It couldn't be bigger to roll over his spine.
Right? Yeah.
Oh my god.
The extra pressure.
Yeah. Those things were 38 psi all the way. You know, that thing were rolling over.
Dude, this podcast really puts into perspective when Cam's talking about walking around with like 9.5 CGC modern cards, and Gary has like 20,000 first edition commons, uncommons, can destroy the market at any point he wants. And you're worried about selling your 9.5 like copper tone or whatever it's called, and he has 20,000 first edition commons, uncommons.
I want to know
Perspective.
I want to know what had more PSI. The backpack that Cam was wearing, or the tires that Gary filled up.
I did not realize like how much that backpack was weighing me down until I got home.
Dude,
and I literally shook out the backpack, junk slabs everywhere. And then I messaged someone, or he finally messaged me back. He was a one-off streamer, great guy, going twice. I thought that, honestly, I really just didn't like his vibe, but talking to him in person, phenomenal guy. If you guys have ever like talked to Travis, super chill dude.
Super nice guy.
I'm sure he hates
Super
me.
nice.
And you talked about the heat, and boy, you're right. In the contract, they were required to set the temperature at a certain amount, and our mistake was that there were so many people that it wasn't to keep the room at that temperature; it was to keep the thermostat at that amount, and so it was. We made a big mistake on that because it was too hot. It was totally.
Yeah, it was really hot in there on Saturday.
Man, I would have been absolutely dying as a northern individual.
Right. You couldn't walk anywhere. You had to just like shuffle.
I would have been just leaking.
Yeah, no, I was drenched.
Oh, he was sweating.
I was.
If you guys were sweating, like I would have been ridiculous.
He also had a big hat for some reason, which also keeps in the heat. He was like that airplane.
I thought I was gonna have the backpack for 3 minutes.
Yeah,
I thought the first person I talked to was gonna steal it up.
It was a furry hat.
See what you missed, Zach? You missed all this excitement.
Oh my god. Yeah.
But
yeah.
Are you guys gonna get Kansas City or Denver?
No.
Denver, I'll be there.
I'll be at Denver.
Denver. Yeah, I think a lot of people are in Denver.
Where are we going?
I will be in Colorado. Little 5-year anniversary, but it just happens to hit at the same time. So
Oh,
Or it's a two in one.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you do the 5 hours.
Sounds awful.
So Nick was saying like, oh, I can't find cheap flights. I sent him cheap flights. I was like, you could go on the same one as me. What did I send you? $187 round trip. That's pretty
I don't know how everyone's getting such cheap flights. Mine's $400 or $500. It's ridiculous.
I got
Someone said, Gary, I hope your car is okay. Jesus.
in the chat.
Is the car fine?
Yeah.
You managed to stop it?
Wait.
Every time I get in or out of that door, it hurts.
Wait. PK, you doing 187 flights from where? From where to what?
Hartford,
To Denver.
Connecticut to Denver round trip, 187.
Oh.
He's
there
talking
you
about
go.
flying a kite.
Yeah. I know they're that. Yeah.
But
That's pretty good.
yeah, Nick's got to fly out of like Boston. So I said, if you want to drive down to Hartford, man, you save yourself a couple $100.
Yeah. There you go.
Spend a couple hundred and
Bring pins this time. You
Yeah,
can.
exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll definitely bring pins this time. I have a bunch of people asking about the pins and then no damage nine tails.
Yeah.
To be
And I
honest,
didn't
you're
have- I didn't
famous
have
now
either of
because of
those.
the pins.
Yeah. We're spreading everybody wants the pins. So
Yeah.
everybody will just buy one just because. I'll be like, oh, I got that one.
See, that's the thing is like, if you would have just
Everyone send your
brought the
pens.
pin to
That was cool
Collecticon,
Pokemon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get everyone to pity buy them.
Because you can't sell them individually on eBay because it will eat your price, but you can do individually at Collecticon because
exactly.
no shit.
Right.
I would
There
buy
you go.
one.
Yeah.
100%.
I would buy
know.
if you have do you have the Mega
one.
Mobile?
No, it's all like Pokemon League stuff, like the gym badges.
Oh, the gym badges and stuff.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have the one he wants.
No, get out of here with that.
He has 100,000 of them. That's not the one he wants. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you had all pins. I thought you were a pin salesman.
I see Lawrence in the chat. We need Lauren to come walk by. Or is she like 2 feet away?
She's
That looks like you see like Adam Sandler in public, and he's always wearing basketball shorts.
She said, "You're what? You're wearing basketball shorts that belong to her grandfather." So she said no.
That's an heirloom.
She said
last time I had James on, Lauren came on and opened up some Hidden Fates for us, so that was fun. Because anytime you can open up James's product makes me happy.
we don't have anything else here. It's all gone. We have Lord of the Rings boxes that are literally worthless. You know? Oh yeah, metal. Yeah, I got a special delivery Charizard, which had it was literally inside the flap, the cardboard.
That's how new ships from those things.
Yeah. It was trying to go in a binder, but got a Pokemon Go ETB. It was the worst opening I've ever seen. 4 Melmetals. That's it. The hits were 4 Melmetals. I don't even know what that is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough.
So
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Solid opening there.
That's a solid opening. Like you got a play set of Melmetals.
Yeah.
Technically, you got way more hits than you should have.
Yeah, basically. If it's like a 1 in 6 to get a V.
So Zach, I want to know.
And you get 4 of them out of 8 packs, and they're all the same one, so you can build a deck with it. That's a great opening.
So Zach, I want to know. I gotta ask Zach a question because
and it's a mythical Pokemon.
Obviously, I was supposed to say Zap's up there, like Giovanni, like a mafia boss, like waiting. You know, he's just waiting up there.
No, I gotta ask Zach a question though because Zach's graded collection is just becoming so. And the most unattainable goal possible is what you did, which is PSA 10 every holo from every Watsi set, and you're getting pretty close to completing that. What are you doing with all your extras, man? Because I've seen your eBay, and I like kind of know what you're selling. Are you just sitting on like tons of duplicates for stuff that you kind of sitting on waiting for the market or what?
I wish I could show you my living room right now, but it's I've got a lot of stuff I need to sell. I did a really, really big deal at Worlds. I don't think I posted it yet, but I can show you. Well, I guess it'll probably show it here, but I can show you a little sneak peek. But basically, it's the most expensive thing I've ever purchased, and I'm going to probably sell a lot more of my extra inventory because of that deal, just to be at a better spot. But
I can only imagine what your most expensive deal ever is going to be ridiculous.
So this should reveal it right here.
Ooh,
oh, nice.
That's kind of
tropical breeze.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So that should give it away right there.
Wow.
Oh, give it away? You're doing a giveaway? That's so generous.
Everybody, giveaway in the chat. Hashtag giveaway.
What grading company is that?
Whatnot partner.
I don't know if I've seen that before.
So that's what you're getting, Zach?
So I bought that. Then it came with a few other cards too. So
I see what you're doing there.
a big card in the set there. So
just a little humble brag coming in. Oh, okay, I see how it is.
So that set me back quite a bit.
I can imagine.
Yeah,
that's so gross.
Dude, good for you, man. That's awesome.
But no, I listed a bunch of Skyridge and Aquapolis reverse holo 10s today. I think one of them sold right away, which is always good. And then I'll probably I'm planning to spend the whole weekend literally just listing Pokemon cards on eBay. So we'll see what sells.
Those are sick, and it's such a shame that we didn't get the Versus series in English.
I mean, it's Versus series in English, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. In some form of like actual release.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only 16 of those in the world that were officially released. So,
that's for us. That's disgusting, honestly.
So the Mantine, there's only 8 because the first year 2001 they did 8. The first year they did 8 more. The second year, it's only decks worth of cards. So it's
all right. Just so everybody out there, like we all just like everybody drooled instantly, but for everybody else, we have like 140 people watching. Just explain to them why that Mantine is so badass.
Yeah, so I mean, there's 2 more from the set. So basically, World they lost their license in 2003, and Wizard Coast had planned to basically print these cards in English, but because they hadn't been printed in English yet, and Japanese was a year or 2 ahead, they invited a bunch of people to the World's tournament. So 2001 that was in Hawaii, Honolulu, Hawaii. 2002 same place. And so what they did for all the players, they printed the deck. So they all had the same deck. They printed it in the language of that player. So there's 1 Italian deck. There's 1 German deck. There's 8 English decks. And these are basically the English cards from those decks. So if you think like Protostoys, that's an unofficial sample, pre-release card, unofficially released. You got like the sample set from Expedition, not released, pulled from the factory. You got the FPO set, pulled from the factory, not a real release. It's literally from an employee. This is an official release by the Pokemon Company that was made for an event that has significance, that has backing, that has all the historical provenance that you need for a card. And it is one of the most unobtainable goals that you could ever have in the hobby. And I wanted this for a long time. I was basically bidding against Rusty and Charlie last probably 4 years. And they outbid me on the last 2 sets. And so this set came available privately. I've been talking to the seller for 2 years and did the deal and picked it up at World. So I was really happy to get that through customs.
Yeah, that's
awesome.
Insane.
Congrats.
And the thing is, I love the fact that it was an actual release.
Yeah.
It was super limited, unintentionally super unintended. And it just makes it's so much better than like some other stuff that we've seen some very shady.
That's the Jasmine's Raichu, ladies and gentlemen, but in English. Oh my god.
Yeah, I never thought about it, but the other languages, you said there's 1 Italian and 1 German. Are those known where they are, or are those just have they vanished, or
I don't know where.
I did not know about that. I always just thought about there's 8 English or 16, I guess.
Yeah.
There's a really well-known collector. I think he's found the Italian one. He went and bought that himself. So there's a few people that collect certain languages that I'm pretty sure they've sought out. I don't necessarily know everything everyone has, but if you were to bet me on who has the French set, I would probably tell you 1 or 2 guys that probably has it. I don't know if they have it or not, but they have the capital to buy it. But with this stuff, it's not can you buy it. It's who has it for sale. Who's even selling it. And so first Ed base Charizard, sure, just wait for it. The Illustrator at this point, just wait for it, when it'll come up. Yeah. But VS, it's just who has it. You just don't even know who has it. So,
so
I thought I'd never run it.
Obviously, we're still virtual because we're on this Zoom, but that is the most impressive thing.
We're not Zoom anymore. We've upgraded.
Or sorry, we're on Discord. That is the most impressive thing I've ever personally seen somebody show me real time in my entire life. I've never.
Those are.
I never thought I'd see that.
Those are insane compared to much other stuff that gets so much attention. Those basically a 1 of 8. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen anything to do with extra copies of those.
Yeah. There's no such thing as extra copies, man. They would.
I don't think so.
I've just been so desensitized that see something like that is holy. I'll see so many things. Yeah, that's really cool. But the English set is that's awesome.
If I were you, I would just assume everything has extra copies. But I heard a really good example of something someone told me recently, and I'll use the exact quote he told me. But he said, even if this set had 30 copies, this set would still be worth what it's worth today because it's so rare, it's so hard to obtain, and it doesn't even. It's 30 is still a low number. Yeah. The set still has value. And when he told me that, I basically was all right, because I called a few friends and I was like, hey, because the guy I did it from, he wanted all cash, didn't want to do trade or anything. So I had to, come up with the amount that he wanted. And so I was telling him, like, hey, I'm moving a few different pieces to make this happen. Is this really the smart decision? Should I keep this Charizard or whatever? Because I sold a Charizard 10 to do it. And so it was like, is this a smart move? He's like, this will never really be available. It's a Grail. It's something that doesn't come up. It has the provenance, has everything tied to it. And I felt like after talking to a couple people, I just had so much confidence that this was like, a true like collectible, a true like just collection centerpiece. I knew the second to this deal, I'd never sell it. And sometimes when you get presented one of those opportunities, you either take it or you leave it. And I just wasn't ready to leave it.
So there's a couple things too. The fact that is graded by CGC means that was graded recently-ish. I mean, since July of 2020, right? Like, that means that was sitting in somebody's collection, just probably unknown, maybe. I don't know.
They graded it or you graded it?
I can tell you who I bought it from. I don't mind sharing that, but I got it from Only Collectibles. So if you look at,
I remember him posting about it.
That's the first time I actually saw that he like posted something. I was like, I didn't know that existed. Like,
really?
Yeah.
That's really funny. I remember like when he, a while. I think I remember when he got them graded. I think he like, made a video or an Instagram post, and I was like, "Jeez,
yeah,
like, that's crazy."
So, it's funny because not this live, but 2 lives ago, I had Swami on my channel, and at the end of the video, we just did a PowerPoint slide. Well, he did a PowerPoint slide of just Versus Series. That's all it was, and we just talked about Versus Series. And you have, and the big thing is, it's the best set that English never got, but that doesn't get brought up in the conversation because of just the incredible rarity and scarcity of that, right?
Yeah. So it's not my place to reveal anything or talk about anything, but I think there will be a lot of Versus Series sort of things happening towards the end of this year. So I'm not going to steal anyone's thunder or tell you how it's going to come about or anything, but I think VS cards in Japanese will be more available. Not more available, but there'll be something that kind of highlights them in some sort of event. So people will likely have them in their collection if they don't have them in their collection today.
Interesting.
So I'm not going to say anything else. I probably should have even said that. So I'll get a text and don't say
Oh, wait. The Pokemon Company is currently filing a lawsuit?
No, it's not official. It's from someone in the hobby. So it's,
Interesting.
But, yeah.
That would be sick.
You're not a consultant for Pokemon Company, right, Zach?
Not the official Pokemon Company. They like modern and the new things, and I like the old and the collectible, the hobby. I reposted someone's story like yesterday or something. It was from someone who got a tour of the company in like Seattle. So you gotta realize Pokemon's like a bunch of different companies. You got like Pokemon like the official like in Japan, you got Pokemon International, you got like Pokemon USA, you have like all these different Pokemon companies, right? So it's not just like one company. But I think this guy's story reposted, I didn't realize that he has like 1,000 followers or something. And he like got a private tour of like the Pokemon company, like in Seattle, the Pokemon International, him and like 20 people. And I got all these messages from people that are like, why didn't I get a tour? Like, what's going on? I didn't know who the guy was. I just thought this video was really cool because he showed like literally behind the scenes, like in the office's footage. I saw the video, I thought it was really cool. But I have no idea how it happened or whatever. But it just, the guy's account was really, really small. So people thought that was interesting.
Damn. Wow. I had way more than that, and all I did was get banned.
I know. I don't know. So, I think it'd be really cool to do something with them, but like, you have to be in the modern, you have to open product, you have to, there's a lot of things you have to do. And I mean, when we go to like Collecticons and stuff, it's cool to know Gary. It's cool to know a bunch of people. It's cool to have a bunch of friends and kind of feel like you know everyone. But like when we go to Pokemon events, like we are as much of just a normal person, if not like the redheaded stepchild of anyone else. Like they do not care about us at all. We are spectators. We are people who get the least priority, like least anything. If anything, they focus on the players, the competitors, the people there who are like, they're with their families. As like a 30-something-year-old person there, just enjoying the hobby because I enjoyed it as a kid. Like they almost like don't like it feels weird. I almost feel like I'm not like welcomed at World sometimes from like the Pokemon people, but everyone else there like we're friends with and it's cool, but like it's a total opposite experience of like Collecticon.
It's weird that there's a certain divide within like the people that play the game that are like player based versus the people that are collector based, and I kind of hate that because I like both aspects of it, and
I still
there's
go
no
and
reason for it, but
like there was a cool story someone told me of like Masuda. They went up there to get an auto, and they pulled out some of the old trophies, and like the 97, 98 Pikas they had on them, and like Masuda like knew what they were right away. He was like, "Oh my gosh!" Like I remember that because he was like one of the founding people. He knew it right away, and like
yeah.
they took a picture with them, and it was such a cool story. And it's unfortunate because a couple of these people like they don't post anything of their faces online, so like that picture will probably never come up. But I saw the picture and it's like he knew right away. He had that connection, but he's so far like separated from like the business side of what they're doing today. Like we would almost have to force ourselves to like enjoy modern Pokemon and like be active and push things and like it's like it kind of takes away from the genuine piece of it because today we just do what we like.
Yeah,
And
well, like I love modern, but at the same time, I understand if people just want to do vintage stuff, if they want to do Japanese, if they want to do trophy cards or whatever. Like
yeah,
enjoy it however you want to enjoy it. If you don't want to play the card game, don't. I like suggested that everyone tries it, but at the same time, there's so much like even within Pokemon itself, there's Pokemon Go, there's the games themselves. Like there's so many ways to enjoy Pokemon that like you can't do all of it. There's no possible way that you can like fully commit yourself to all of it, even like as a pastime, especially.
and that's
So,
the other thing you kind of hit on is the TCG is just a part of it, like
right.
25% or less, like maybe 50% or less. But it's like they had like 5 sort of big events. You had the Pokken tournament, you had the TCG tournament, the VG.
Yeah.
I'm saying all this stuff wrong, but basically, 2 of the events got trophy cards. It was the TCG and the VGC, and then the other 3 events they just got the physical trophies. They didn't actually get the trophy cards. So it's like, yes, Pokemon recognizes like the TCG gets more, it's more competitive, it takes more time and everything. Not to put like Pokemon Go down or Pokemon like Unite down, but like the amount of time it takes to win TCG and be like the best versus like playing Pokemon Unite is like night and day. That they both will play all year. It's a full-time job for both to get to Worlds and all that. But like the amount of skill for like TCG is just like, it's more. So, but still even that, like it's not even, 30-40% of like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, they probably make a ton of money on Pokemon Go. So.
Yeah, it's weird that they don't have like separate trophies and separate cards and separate everything for all of these things.
It's just one big celebration of the hobby, man. It's just
but like even then, like you would think that they would have a separate. We were talked about this earlier. Like they wouldn't have like a separate artwork for each year. Like just make a different Pikachu card for each year that there's a champion or whatever, and then have have the designation between like what part of Pokemon it came from. Even if it's a Pokemon card, have it be like Pokemon Go champion or Pokemon Unite champion or whatever.
Yeah, I think you could do that. I mean, it's probably
I
not
feel
that
like
much effort to do it.
no, I feel like not like to get an artist to do a card that's that special and someone put that much commitment into winning whatever division of whatever game or whatever part of Pokemon they had to win.
But they didn't even change the artwork for the trophies this year. They changed the trophy, but they didn't even change the artwork.
Weird.
Same artwork as 2019.
So I walked away for a second. What happened to James and Cam?
We kicked them out.
Their internet.
We banned them.
Their legs were behind their head, and we had to kick them out.
Gotcha. So, talking about Worlds.
No, they dropped. I don't know if it was intentional or not.
So talking about Worlds, talking about trophy cards. Now, Gary, I feel like you must have had opportunities to go after trophy cards. Were you just so hyper-focused on, first edition and Shadowless and stuff like that, you just said, I don't even want to start touching this stuff? Or because you must look at like David Persons and stuff like that, and I'm sure you're happy you never had to compete for those type of cards with them, but did you ever consider it?
Well, I was never that interested. pretty much. I loved the Coro Coros. Back in 1998, I got my first batch of Coro Coros, and I loved those. I loved the CD promos. The more the ANAs. Those are what I really liked back then. But then when the English came out, I totally focused on the English. But then I always stayed with the Coros because I really thought that those would be. I thought those would be if any part of my collection was an investment. I thought those would be the ones, and it just never really developed the way that I thought it would. And but as far as the trophies are concerned, I've had many, many, many opportunities, and just not what I was focused on or interested in.
Yeah. It'd be tough.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I would have, because I had a lot of opportunities early on. If I had been interested like Eddie was, Birdman, I mean, I would have cleaned up. I'll tell you.
So Gary, I got a question for you. Like,
Yeah.
when did you ever cross your mind to go to Worlds in like 04 or 05 or 2001? I mean, obviously you'd spent so much money at the store and you had so much invested and you were doing all these things. You're very like action oriented when it came to the hobby. Like, why not like go to an event? Or I know you were abroad for a couple of years, but like, why not push for some of those things that they were putting on?
Well, I went to a few. I went to a few in I think it was 2000. I went to Hawaii for Worlds. I don't know if it was 2000 or 2001, but that's where I got some great items autographed that I still have to this day. And
do you?
Probably my favorite artist, Jimeno. She was at that Worlds, and I got a number of things signed by her. I actually got her name tag from the thing that she signed for me, but then again, I ended up.
Her trainer card.
Zach's eyes
the
just
absolute
opened up
best.
this big.
Yeah.
Zach was like,
You might not share
what?
what you have, Gary. People are gonna start offering you for it. So.
Oh no! I already, a very, very good friend of mine wanted it so bad, I let him have it. So, and that's
I was gonna say, I thought I remembered seeing that on Instagram somewhere.
yeah, Marco from Italy. Yeah, he was he wanted that card so bad that he wanted it more than I did. So I let him have it.
So what are we, Gary? Are we very, very good friends, or are we just very good friends? I'm trying to figure out where I stand in this sort of like placement here.
All right, Gary. Now you have to rank all four of us as friends.
I'll
very
take
good
last.
friends,
I'll take last.
Very,
I'll do
very
last.
good friends. Very, very, very good friends.
Well, I don't know. I think all of you got some pretty good stuff. I think we did something back then.
Yeah.
My most memorable Gary piece, and I've had people that are like, oh, I need to have that. You sold me a Vulpix, a first edition base Vulpix that has like the ink blot on it.
Oh yeah,
and people like the tramp stamp Vulpix, as you will.
Yeah.
And I've had people, they're like, I need to have that card. I was like, no, I can't. It's part of the collection now. It's not leaving the binder. It's there for good.
Something tells me Gem Mint has a full binder page of that tramp stamp Vulpix.
Do you have tramp stamp Vulpixes?
I don't think I collected those. I don't really do the ink dot thing, and some people love them, but
pull it out, Rattle. What does it look like? You got your binder close?
I don't, but I can grab it next time I go up. It's not like a tiny ink dot. Like, it's an aggressive ink splotch on the Vulpix's butt. And it's like I don't know if it's blue or green, but it's there. It's noticeable. And normally you'd be like, what the hell happened to this card, kind of thing. But it was a repeated error ink blot it's noticeable enough that I'd like to call it the tramp stamp. And for that reason, I'm I'm keeping it. That's the main card. I'm not searching for ink dot errors and stuff like that. I have enough cards to collect with one of everything in English that I don't need to do that, but that one's gonna stay there, regardless
I
of
think
its
you promised me back
splotchy butt.
then. Yeah, I think you promised me back then that if you ever did sell it, you would give me first shot at it, if I remember right.
Yeah, maybe. Or that I would get the matching tramp stamp tattoo on my back of the ink blot. The Vulpix tramp stamp.
So Gary, Jake asked, do you have any more collection goals or that you're chasing, or is your focus more on just the social aspect of Pokemon right now?
Yeah, pretty much. I guess I really have what I want and multiples of what I want. What I have always wanted. So yeah, more so it's more the social aspect these days. I do have a question. I would love to get your guys' guesses.
Oh boy.
There's going to be an auction in December. And I want to get your guys' guesses what this item is going to close at. Okay? Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we heard.
Yeah.
We're waiting.
Yeah.
We're waiting for the item,
What
Gary.
item is it?
I love questions
Okay.
like this. We were way off last time. Me and Nick were on a podcast together. And we tried the guess of price of an illustrated Pikachu. We were off by like 200 G's.
Well, here's the card.
Okay.
I'll tell you what the card is. In Long Beach, I gave it to Heritage, and Heritage is going to sell it on their signature auction in December. So this is the card. I'll tell you the card. I want you all to take a guess what you think it's going to close for. Okay? Now, what it is, it's the washing machine Charizard. I don't know if any of you have heard of it, but it's the girl, I'm IVR. She washed some clothes, and one of her favorite cars was in the bottom of the thing, and it got washed, so it got destroyed. And it was a crystal Charizard, and it was mint. So she had it graded by CGC, and it's designated on the back washing machine Charizard.
You can't even get it.
Okay, CGC designated it. It got over 15 million TikTok views because she filmed it, taking it out of the washing machine and what happened to it. I got it signed by IVR, I'm IVR, Leon Hart, Chumley, Steve Aoki, Logan Paul. Now, this is signed on the case, not on the card. Logan Paul, myself, and I think that's it. But anyway, all those signatures are on the case, are on the CGC case. And, of course, it's a 1. It's a CGC 1. Went through the wash, right? And, again, it was a very popular card because it got 15 million views. So, anyway, Ivy gave that card to me to auction for our charity, for Autism Instruct. And so I gave it just this last week to Heritage. They are going to sell it on their signature auction, and I would like guesses on what it might close at. And you're not going to offend me, So any questions about it first?
No. So I'm very familiar with that card. I've seen it in person. I've held it in my hand at Leonhardt's Pop Shop in February, and IVR.
Oh.
I've had Ivy on my channel before, and we had a one-on-one podcast where I talked to her. So she's been on this channel before. No, it's an interesting card. I think a lot of the value is going to come from people that know you guys. I think it's going to be more of a donation type thing, and I think you might be disappointed in it, but I think you'll see it land. at like 3,400, which is probably actually way overpriced for what I think that card should be. But I think it's going to be more like a friendship donation, but that's probably where it's going to land, like that 3,400 range. That's my guess.
Okay, other guesses?
I was gonna say 6,000.
Yeah, I was thinking like 3,000 to 4,000, honestly.
We're gonna play this back, remember? So
Yeah, I'm gonna guess 10K, but I agree. I think this is about the charity more than it is.
Yeah.
About the card.
Yeah. Especially since it's on a signature auction, you're gonna get a whole lot of those people who can spend that. So
Yeah.
I had
Zach, how much are you going to pay for it?
yeah.
How much are you willing to put up?
I was gonna say 25.
All right.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say 25,000. I was
Yeah,
gonna say.
2,500. So I just the number I thought of. So
Yeah. I'd say
Okay.
like 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay, so 2,500 to 10,000. So I guess we're gonna see.
Oh, so I automatically, if it's over 10,000, I win.
Yeah.
Okay, then 10,000 and I
That's
guess.
Yes.
you know, it's of course the card is
10,001.
kind of iconic. Yeah, the card is iconic, but you know, having those signatures all on the same item is pretty special too.
Yeah.
So, and you know, these are guys that have influenced the hobby. You know, especially with Steve, Logan, and Chumley. You know, and Leon Hart. You know, these are guys that really influenced how. Yet they're all together on one piece. So I don't know. I mean, I would say you guys, you know, could be right on. You know, certainly could be.
What do we got?
So
There we go.
I do own a very expensive signature from the one and only Gem Mint Pokemon.
Hello.
I'm auctioning this card off. Starting bid
Whoa.
is $6,969.
6,000.
I'll buy it.
It's
You gotta maintain that
CGC 8.5, obviously.
He buys it to maintain the price of his own signature. It's an
Yeah, there's only
investment,
so
really,
many
at
out
that
there.
point.
I'm aware of how many.
I just gave Nick a signed Squirtle, signed by Shadowless, right? Shadowless.
Yeah,
first edition.
Shadowless Squirtle.
Shadowless Squirtle signed by Chumley.
Oh,
That was
no.
awesome.
Grail.
Yeah, he actually bought a card off me in Long Beach. So got to get a picture with him and everything. That was cool.
Very cool. Yeah.
What
did he
yeah,
buy?
it was
I got to
Alakazam,
that
right,
signature.
Nick?
That was from a different con.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got the one in Dallas because I didn't know he was coming to Long Beach, and then
Right.
got to get his signature and meet him.
Oh, very cool. He's going to actually have a booth next time. A half an island.
Oh, nice.
And he's going to do his meet and greets from that half island, and then he's going to be selling stuff out of there too. But his signatures and pictures will be free
Okay.
this time.
Nice.
Yeah,
Who
so
is it?
Free signature.
he's a little embarrassed selling his signature and that.
But who are you talking about, and when is it?
Chumley.
From Pawn Stars.
And that was in Long Beach, but from now on, he's going to have his own half an island.
How much for a Cam and James signature? How much we talking?
On what?
Honestly, the the washing machine, the CGC one, like
Yeah.
we did a little experiment, and I had an inked like Black Star promo Mew.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Pokemon Center one.
Because I have a theory that there's, well, not even a theory, just like a fact that PSA ones and CGC ones get such a premium.
Yeah, but CGC ones just seem to be so incredibly beat up. So I folded it 16 times.
20 times.
20 times, and I scratched it on the ground. I did as much as I could, and it got a 2.
Yeah, CGC
Oh.
too.
I feel like a 2 has got to be harder to get, though, right?
Yeah, no, a
What-
one.
Isn't there like 2.5s and some ridiculous stuff that just never happens?
Yeah. No,
You gotta aim for those,
than a
like
one.
full. Yeah.
you know, the one was easy. Mine, I did the same thing and I got a 1. It was
Yeah.
the easiest thing I've done in my
Oh,
life.
you were like, it was.
I tore a corner off.
Yeah, you were tearing.
What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
I want to do it without tearing it.
Yeah,
Though,
yeah,
you
but I
know?
feel like I'm missing Was it missing the corner, or you just tore the corner and
I just
included
tore it because I didn't want to make it too obvious that someone was just like fishing for the one.
You were sweating as you were doing it.
No,
It felt bad.
No.
Yeah, it did. You were like, this feels bad.
It does feel disgusting because like the card was already destroyed, but it wasn't going to get like a PSA 1 or it was going to get like a PSA 3.
Yeah.
But it was like really bad. So it's like
this is spawning all kinds of ideas in my head of what videos I should produce of trying to submit cards. What should I do to the cards beforehand?
You want
like, will they still grade though?
You want some low grade?
How to get banned from grading companies?
There we go.
Nice.
A good old good two shadowless Raichus.
That's good. Yeah.
Good
There you
too.
go.
that's my favorite grade.
Why?
I think.
What about the
Why?
1.5?
How is it still called the good?
The 3.
Is it like a sports thing where it's like, yeah, it's still good?
I think so. I think it's like an antiquated.
It's still a good card, even though
Yeah.
it got a 2.
Is it a 1.5 fair?
Like, how bad do you have to beat a card to death?
It might be.
give it a
I think
2?
2 is my favorite grade because it says good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when you don't. That's when you. That's when you don't know when you're buying collections because you're like, how are you? Because they're like, oh, these are really excellent condition. It's like, are you doing a grading scale or are you just saying they're excellent?
No, they're in good shape, guys.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
They're all
Literally
PSA 2s. They're better.
20 times.
Yeah.
You got this at Worlds. It's like an ink dot, like Alakazam. I know I said I don't do ink dots, but someone told me that.
Is it ink dot or is that a hollow bleed?
It looks like it's like a dot or something. So
These are my
Does
6s.
it shine?
no,
No.
1,
it's like
2,
lighter then?
3, 4, 5,
Yeah.
6, 7 6s.
this is like the back of a normal card. But I found this card here at Worlds 2. See the back of this card? It's a little bit different.
Purple
sweet.
nerd ball.
Yeah, now you see the card.
Zapdos.
Kind of cool. And then I found these 2 cards. They like have like a yellow tint to them or something. I'm not sure, but they're like super like the color is like really off on them.
How do you tell that's not sun faded though? Or
That's the thing is the Magneton. It's like more like towards the top
yeah,
up
but
here.
Yeah.
The yellow would fade though, right?
True.
God, I love Misprint collectors. You guys are the weirdest people. I love it so much. I couldn't get enough.
I love finding errors, but I don't collect them. It's the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
Like it's like a treasure hunt, but also
Yeah, that like
That's all right.
barcode thing. Or
The
the
nutrition
nutrition label.
yeah, the
label,
nutrition label that was wild. A friend of
Yeah.
mine was just like, "What the hell is this?" I was like, "What are you sending me?" I was like, "What kind of damage is on that?" And she sent me a better picture of it, and I was like, "Holy shit, that's like something printed in under the ink." And then like it was just like, okay, I gotta order as many of these as possible, see if I can like reproduce this. Is it a real error? Like how much did this happen? And I spent a bunch of money. I have stacks of plasma blast here. Just like trying to see if I can find more of them. And yeah, that was awesome. Nutrition error. But the thing is like somebody's going to value that way more than I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not like I my collection goals, I need to keep to them because they're already insane with one of everything English. That's it.
Rattle. The
I'm not
thing
going
was,
outside that.
when you show me that error, and how I was able to get my Salamence nutrition fact error is when you showed it to me. In all the time I've ever been in the hobby, I've never one time heard about that. Anytime you hear
it
about
didn't
something
exist.
for the first time, and again, that's a set from 2012.
Yeah.
You drop everything you're doing, and you're like, okay, something crazy is happening. I set mine away for just authentic grading, so we'll see what happens.
There was someone that found like a common or an uncommon, which is weird. So there's
The
no
Bagon. Yeah,
there's
the
no like
Bagon, I saw
images
that.
of full the Bagon. There's no evidence of like there being a full sheet and how it's laid out exactly. But I would imagine that whatever full sheet that those were printed on had that nutrition stuff throughout it. And it would have like less rares, more uncommons and commons on the sheet.
So I bought 60 of
knows?
them, and one of 60 had it. I mean, that's pretty rare.
My last troll order was gigantic, and it had a ton of plasma blasts. Like, I have 2 giant stacks right here, which is gonna be great because I'm gonna fill my binder out for my my master set. But
How many did you have of those airs?
I only found one. A friend
you
of
had
mine,
those
Saber,
two.
sent me the Salamance
Yeah, you found
to sell
one.
it to buy some cards.
Oh, you
And
never
and
found
I
another
found
one.
I found the Credilli in like 2 giant troll orders where I just ordered everything that existed in like plasma blast reverses. Like I
had
bought
the new
I
on?
bought everything on troll twice.
Oh.
I bet those guys were like, what is
And
this
I
guy
only
doing?
found one. Like she just
Man.
came across it by accident, and she sent it to me. I was like, "No, I don't think you understand what you found here. This is ridiculous. This
Yes.
changes the game. Like if this is a real thing, and then for me to like order to place a giant troll order the next time because she purchased it from it was a direct troll purchase, so like not one of the people that were selling through troll.
Oh.
It was troll itself. So I was really like, okay, so if anyone submitted something, if anyone sold something to troll, in this lot, maybe they also had same cards for like from the same booster box or from the same case or whatever, same collection, that it would be the stuff that went direct to troll instead of being, a TCA gaming or use code TCA5 if you're buying stuff on Troll and Toad. But anything that's direct from Troll or from Rusty, he'll get a kickback on that. So do that. But anything direct from Troll and Toad, I bought every single reverse. Because I was like, okay, maybe the same person that submit that, they had a booster box or they had a collection where they sold, and that's where it came from. And I found the Credilli there. And then I placed another large order after that, and nothing, absolutely nothing. So these are not easy to find.
Yeah, I found a Credilli.
I spent a lot of money on reverse.
I found the Credilli.
to find one.
I found a Credilli and I sent it to Rattle. I was like, it's such a faint error that if I never saw Rattles, I wouldn't know it existed. It's so faint.
So for the time we thought it was only in the Salamance, but then we found that there's 2 Credillis.
Okay.
So
one, like the one that I sold, was very pronounced, and you have one that's like less so, that you have to look really hard at it.
Yeah, you don't even know it exists.
But that's the thing, is just like the different amount of ink that's on the card itself could be like hiding the fact that it's an actual error. So like it's really weird.
It's interesting. It's fun,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you want to tell the story about the Cigar Hitmonlee, then feel free.
Yeah, Gary, because I've had you on the channel before, and we talked about the Cigar Hitmonlee, but I never heard how you found it.
The first time.
And
the first time. Boy.
And
See,
I'm gonna show people the real Cigar Hitmonlee too, because people don't understand what the real one actually looks like for some reason.
There's only one real one.
There's only one real one. People are like, it's a little gray area. No, Gary had the real
there's a
one.
smudge. There's the smudge error with that and the haunter or whatever. But this is
everyone just calls those the cigar error, which it's not. Well, I don't know. Collectors can call it whatever, but the actual like cigar error was different.
Yeah,
I think
something made me
big time different. I'll show it. I just have. It's gonna give me a second. I gotta find it.
Something made me think it was a cigar wrapper. You know, the little cigar band that goes around the cigar had just floated onto the sheet when it was being, put together. And then I had a local guy here in Vegas who was buying some Pokemon stuff, And he looked at it and he looked it up. It turned out it wasn't from a cigar wrapper. It wasn't from a cigar band. It was from the end of a hollow sheet, although it looked like it. So it never was actually a cigar. I never should have called it Cigar Hitmonlee.
Yeah, because it was like Leaf Company or something like that. So it also sounded like a cigar company.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did. It looked like it. The same design, the same type logo. And that was in 1999 when I first saw it. Now, I don't remember whether I pulled it or whether I got it maybe at Frank & Sons or something. I was always looking for anomalies. I was a sports card error collector for many years. I loved errors and mistakes and things like that, even low value ones, just because I liked them. And so I don't remember if I pulled that one. It was mint. I don't remember if I pulled that one or if I bought it off of somebody at Frank & Sons. So I don't remember that anymore. But I actually owned it twice. I bought it, or I had it, graded it, sold it years later, bought it back from that person, and then sold it a couple years later, and I've been trying to get it back ever since. So,
and yeah, that had some crazy value to it, but that I feel like that was because of the fact that it was like the end of the roll. That was a one-off.
Yes,
it would
for
be.
Sure.
I don't even think you can collect it, but can you imagine seeing an entire collection or entire like master set of reverse plasma blast nutrition errors?
Oh man.
if they even all exist, because they might not.
Yeah,
that's like the ultimate chase, because there's no way to even know.
Boy, yeah, you found out about a second one. Who knows? There could be a third one.
Yeah,
there probably is.
There's only been 3 different Pokemon within the set that have shown up.
There is 3 now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's 3 different Pokemon to collect the entire set. I was hoping that one of the trainer cards or one of the like colorless Pokemon would show up, because that would show the underneath really well, because there's no ink really on those ones. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So I sent you an image on Discord.
I figured out how I could show it to people through Word. Oh boy.
So
through Word
after the cigar error, I sent you a misprint $20 bill, and I want to, if you can show everyone, I wonder if there's a way. I want people to take guesses as to how much it sold for at auction, because I guess misprinted bills are just insane. I don't know.
Misprinted bills are worth a lot.
Some
of them are worth a lot.
There you go.
Yeah, so that's like the actual like the original cigar error.
Mm-hmm.
Were you guys showing it?
It's shown on the stream. We can't see it.
Yeah,
but
someone doesn't have their chat pulled up.
No, I have chat in a separate window. I have the stream.
Efficiency. But yeah, that's so it said like roll leaf co. So like it looks very much like a tobacco company kind of foil that's in underneath that.
Yeah, I would believe it.
But that's the company that makes the hollow foil, or did make the hollow foil.
Yes.
So mistakenly named, but forever named the Cigar error.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I really wish we could figure out what the nutrition error, what food product it actually was. You know, if it was like Kraft Dinner or something like that. The Kraft Dinner Salamence. How much better would that sound?
If anybody can discover it, it's probably you.
It's nutrition products. There's got to be some way to figure that out. There were some people looking into it.
Oh, okay. That would be really interesting to know.
I was in like a special card. I was in like a work meeting one time, and then there was this person from like Kellogg's or General Mills that joined like one of our meetings randomly. Like I think he just randomly typed in the right code and like joined somehow, and like we had to like tell him he was like in the wrong company thing. Like I don't have anything to do with that at all. It was really the only thing I can think of right there.
Mm-hmm.
You should tell the story behind that $20 bill first.
Oh well, the $20 bill was just like a college kid that just got it out of an ATM.
Yeah, he got it out of an ATM.
Like that was literally
Oh
it.
my god!
Yeah.
What was the actual error in it?
Well, I can send it to you. I don't know if PK can show it on stream or anything. I guess I could just put it in the Rattle chat. Can I post images? Will I get banned? Hang on.
Yeah, you'll be banned for sure.
Rats.
No, you can. Do you know how to use the side chat? Are you a gamer?
Of course, my Wi-Fi went out. Hang on. Well, I dropped it in the general channel, but it's like a Del Monte. It's just like it's literally a sticker from bananas because it's 4011, which is the produce code for bananas, which I know because I was a cashier.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it just had.
Was it a Tropius? A Tropius with the banana code?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you think that sold for at auction?
Yeah,
A random
can see
student got it out of an ATM.
And there was a banana sticker printed into the card.
Yeah.
That's really cool, actually.
You can see it from the front or from the back.
Everyone join the Discord. Discord.gg/Rattle Pokemon. Check out general chat.
Yeah.
I don't know.
$20 US.
There it is. Nick's putting it up.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's not just like a sticker on the $20 bill, of course, but it's like
it's printed into it.
Yeah, the serial numbers over the sticker.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just like Gary was having us guess.
What's guess? What did it sell for? Yeah. Just like the washing machine Charizard.
Yeah.
$20,000.
Okay.
I'm gonna say 2,500.
Okay. Gary?
I'm gonna say 315,000.
Okay.
Holy moly! Is
Quite the range here.
See, this is what I love about talking about markets that I have no clue about.
Yeah.
Because like the ranges are so like you have no like real frame of reference.
Yeah.
I feel like there's not even a price. That's just whatever somebody wants to dump into it. Somebody that wants to go bananas, no pun intended. No, as a pun intended, but no pun intended.
People, I really
usually two people at once. It goes in auction. Yeah, so $396,000.
Oh my god!
So
Is that what we're hearing?
yeah, Gary was like
Gary knows about bills. Apparently,
he's like, I bid 315.
Yeah,
I lost.
Yeah.
I really wanted that.
Price on what? Where did it sell?
Heritage.
Oh,
the question
Joe
is,
Madalena is probably happy about that.
Would it have gone for more or less than Chiquita?
Yeah, it's crazy. We were just talking, like Cam and I were talking, like you'd have to have, because I mean, how many people know about grading stuff? I mean, there's like 99% of the population does know about grading. So the college student have to get it, know about grading, grade it, and not like somebody, some random person saying like, "Oh yeah, I'll do it for 10,000," and he'd be like, "Oh yeah, sure." He would have had to have then gone to an auction house.
Because even as someone who like knows about grading and like understands that like misprints and collectibles are expensive, if someone went up to me and said 10,000 cash right now, I'd be like, yeah, take my $20 bill.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
You know,
Oh,
in a heartbeat. So yeah, that's crazy. Almost $500,000.
wow. Nice.
But you wouldn't like question it if someone's like, "Hey, here's
How
10
do we
grand."
trace back to like the
I guess
person
that would be the thing.
was eating their
If someone
lunch
offered
and
me-
slap that on there?
If someone offered me
While they were
10K,
working
then I
in
would
the
be
mix.
hesitant. But if they said I'd give you $50, then I would do it because like the price seems reasonable.
Yeah.
But as soon as someone's like a large number, I'd be like, well, then there must be something here. You know?
Gotta be hit. How much do you want for that?
Yeah.
What's your role as ENG? Are you an intern, or has he not promoted you yet? You still learning the ways of the
What is my
Pokemon
official job title?
community?
You had to put an official job title like tax
I
documents.
can't remember. I gave you
I
something
think it's like TCG specialist or something stupid.
because you had to have something to because when you moved here to get the apartment, you had to have a job.
I had to have an official job offer.
Yeah. So I can't remember what it was.
But I think I'm TCG specialist or something dorky like that. But I just
James can be the owner, then you can be like the regional manager.
exactly.
Regional manager. Yeah.
God, what a dream, huh?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Maybe
You're Dwight. We're on point there, Zach.
Yeah, you thought of it first.
I mean, Nick has 1 billion, singles and pins. I'm surprised he doesn't have somebody, listen all that stuff.
Yeah,
He works 24/7.
I was gonna say, if you guys talk about Nick talk about his work schedule, it's disgusting.
I know.
I would rather do anything else.
He's like, yeah, I wake up and I do this Saturday, and then Sunday probably do this, and then every day.
I just an email about how I don't have any Mega Mawile pins or coins.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're happy, Nick? You're happy with your direction that you went in?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Totally.
No, I'm having a blast.
In the middle of the
A
ocean.
lot of work.
Yeah, it is definitely a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun for sure.
That's good.
No matter what you do, if you want to be successful, I feel like it's a lot of work. So.
Oh yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
Yeah. It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel like, at least for my job specifically, it's not like hard or difficult work. It's just like so much of it. Like, I don't know.
Especially when you're only
I
packaging.
thought you almost talked yourself into more work. Yeah, you know what? I could probably do twice as much as I do in a day.
Yeah.
And no more behind the scenes videos, because then everyone's gonna start calling me out for only packaging one package.
Yeah, one package. Yeah. one day.
Right, damn, maybe this was a bad investment.
No, we need more of those day in the life videos. I like that.
No.
Nobody else did. So.
You're the only people.
Yeah.
Because I had forgotten about all of it. I forgot that he was even like recording or that he still had the video. So like watching it and just like completely forget about the conversations. I thought it was funny, but then everyone else is like, "What is this? This sucks." And I'm like, "Jesus."
All right. Yeah. Oh well. That's YouTube.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
That's
It's
YouTube in general.
it's 1 a.m. It's getting late.
All right.
For you.
Only 1 a.m.
Only 1 a.m. for me. But no, I appreciate all you guys. I think this was a good episode number 4. Always like to see Zach, Gary, James,
Thank you.
appreciate you guys, and then obviously
Nick.
Nick, Mr. Old School Pokemon, the one guy here I've actually met in person. So
Yes.
then, as always, Rattle, the number 1 co-host in the business.
Oh yes, number 1.
Well,
Right.
it's a tie.
Ryan's
It's,
going to be
it's tied for
disappointed when
number
he
1.
watches this.
It's a tie for number 1. But, but for all you guys
Tiebreaker.
out there, we appreciate you guys. I know this was a great chat. We had a lot of fun. So
Yeah, absolutely.
if anybody has any final thoughts, shill yourself. ZNG, Consignment, shill yourself.
You didn't even turn on the lights.
Oh yeah, I need to turn on the lights.
God,
Yeah,
Hasn't made enough in consignments this month.
podcast not
Yeah.
even worth turning the lights on.
Yeah, it wasn't a pie. I didn't want to have a blaring sign
Yeah.
behind. Us. So
Shilling the company.
yeah, I'm not taking to that. But yeah, yeah. If you want to consign, you the website zngemporium.com, and
Did you guys know that Probstein doesn't have a website?
that's unbelievable.
I'm going to start some drama real quick. How does Probstein have a million feedback and they do not have a website? I spent
They have an
literally
IG.
25 minutes. I called it market research trying to find out how to actually submit to them. I couldn't figure it out. So I sent them a message on eBay and that's how I got a response. And they said, just ship it to us.
But they've sold $160 million this year.
Yeah,
Or-
no, they
and
Wow.
crushed.
Yeah, they crush. They absolutely crush. Yeah.
Is that like the expense though for a website? What is it? $100 a year?
For a bit, they were like, they were having like subtitles on all their listings, and it said like Autograph Fest or whatever, and then they had like a link to a website or something.
Hey, they're crushing it. Maybe we shouldn't have a website.
Yeah, no, honest.
Yeah,
It'd be more mysterious.
You get less feedback. They spend less time worrying about a website and more time worrying about selling the things that randomly get
making money. Just rolling in the cash. Yeah.
Rolling in the money.
Yeah. That's good for them.
Anyway.
All right,
Well,
next is Gem Mint.
We need the old school plug. Hold on. What pins do you have?
all the older Pokemon League ones.
No, you
All
don't.
right,
You don't have the Earth badge.
At some
Hey,
point, you will have
I'm missing one
Mawiles
badge.
and or Mega Mawiles.
No, none
When
of
you
those.
do, let me know. I'll buy one.
I'll definitely let you know.
Subscribe to Gem Mint's YouTube channel because in 3 years from now, we will see videos from this world.
Exactly.
Yeah, true.
I think we just realized Probstein's probably the most at risk of getting kicked off eBay because they literally have no business. You know,
Yeah.
like, PWCC at least had a website and an auction house. Probstein has nothing, I guess.
It's like so cryptic, and they're like, "Send it to this inbox," and I'm like, you don't even know my name." Like,
Yeah. What if it gets lost
Crazy.
in the mail? No, don't worry about that. It
Yeah.
won't.
What do they do if they get banned? Like nothing. I mean, they're just done.
They're screwed.
$60 million.
yeah,
There you go.
they're in good graces, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna. I recorded a bunch of PSA return videos recently. I'm probably gonna drop a Skyridge one tomorrow. So it just depends if I can.
There's going to be a 4/4 cert thing. You're like, God, this Pokemon is pretty crazy, huh, guys? It's going to be like old content. $500.
All right, Gary.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Eric.
for those who are in the Kansas City area next month, Collecticon mid-month, and then the month after in October we'll be in Denver. So I think both are just going to be great. Kansas City vendors are sold out, long since sold out, and there's still some vendor tables for Denver. So would love to see everybody there. God willing, I'll be there, health-wise. I'll be there for both of them, and I look forward to seeing everybody.
And you got to bring one Raichu for me, Gary, so I can buy it off you. Just
Denver.
one.
I'll remember
Yes.
that.
And
I'll remember
Collecticon.
I don't
if
care
you're watching
condition.
this,
Look at
the
this.
podcast
Okay.
needs to be in Denver.
2. It's a 2. It's a 2.
Yes, I see that.
All right, Nick.
So
what do you got
thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Thanks for helping me get on.
Thanks for getting on.
Anytime.
We need to have you here next month. Remember the instructions.
I'll be here. I hope I learned something on how to get on. So
All
We'll
right,
do a
Nick.
practice run
Now
before.
it'll be easier the next time.
yeah, well, I love telling everybody when I was a kid, there was one house on the block with a TV set, and all the little kids would run over to their windows, peek in their windows to look at the one little TV set. That was like 1960. And so I wasn't brought up with the tech, and so I guess it shows.
Oh, we'll
Doing
get
just
you there.
We keep you young, honestly.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nick,
So y'all take care.
you too.
Yeah. Thanks for having us on, PK.
Anytime, guys. And for everybody out there in YouTube land, we all appreciate you guys. Every one of you guys for joining. Like, subscribe, comment to all of us. We'll catch you guys on the next video.
See you guys.
Thank you.
See ya.
Thanks for having us.